Delighted to say that this year's IConISE will be held together with the 7th ACISE, an annual conference originally instituted by the Industrial Engineering Department of Diponegoro University. So this is the joint conference of IConISE and ACISE. Next, with the situation of the world today, we are very delighted to conduct this conference online. We hope that even at the comfort of our own home, all of us here are still very eager and full of spirit in sharing ideas to one another. And please remember to be safe.
This conference will be held for 2 days, and this year's theme is Big Data Analytics, a competitive tool toward smart industrial system.
To ensure comfort and the best experience for everyone throughout this conference, there are several guidelines that needs to be followed. First, dress appropriately. This is an international event with huge number of participants coming from many countries. Please take a few minutes to throw on a formal attire. Put yourself in the right headspace to be productive.
Second, be aware of your surroundings. The other participant will not be able to hear your ideas or take you seriously when there is a pile of dirty clothes in the corner behind you. Adjust your work setup so that you face a window or are exposed to plenty of light. And make sure you use the virtual background given by the committee. And while kids and pets are adorable, other participants will find a hard time talking over screaming children or barking dogs. So be mindful of the noises.
Third, please leave the keyboard alone. Since your laptop's internal microphone is inches away from the keyboard, the sound of your typing will be distracting. It is not only distracting for everyone else in the meeting, but also preventing you from devoting your full attention to the meeting.
Fourth, check your connection. Make sure your network adapter, Wi-Fi, or internet connection is in a working condition to avoid Zoom meeting problems during the plenary and parallel sessions.
Fifth, please set your Zoom meeting ID. The conference committee will admit only the registered participants into the meeting room. So please use the format of paper ID _ first name as your Zoom meeting ID. For example, the number 100 _ Anderson. If you are a non-presenter participant, please set your Zoom meeting ID as non-presenter _ first name. For example, non-presenter _ Anderson.
Six, mute the microphone. The honorable speakers will deliver great speeches, so please mute your microphone when you are not speaking to give other participants the ability to chime in and share their thoughts without any distractions.
Seventh, use headsets or earphones. Your computer's default audio output and input may produce a background noise or create feedback in your video. You may use a headset, earphone, or Bluetooth earpieces that connect to your computer during the sessions, as all participants will be able to hear clearly.
And lastly, stay seated and stay present. This conference will take around 8 hours of your day. It may be tempting to do other things during the meeting, but please refrain in doing so, because you might miss out on key information or an opportunity to give input. If you are using your webcam, use attentive body language, sit up straight, do not make a big external movement, and do not let your eyes wander too much.
And that's it for the guidelines we all need you to follow in this conference. In case you miss it, you can still access it in the program book given to you.
Before we begin, we will play the Indonesian national anthem. We're inviting all of the Indonesian audience to sing along to the song at your own home. We would also like to remind everyone to keep muting your microphone through the entirety of the song in order to ensure comfort.
Now, to get a glimpse about the institution of the host today, we're going to play a short profile clip about the institutions of Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember, or ITS, and Diponegoro University.
Surabaya, the provincial capital of East Java, is the second largest city in Indonesia. This city has a huge number of diversities among the people, cultures, and ways of living. Surabaya has been acknowledged for its green public open spaces. It also has successfully equalized the development between build-up area and green area that makes Surabaya a livable city for all.
I see Surabaya as a great city with amazing people. Living pace here is quite slow, so you don't feel the rush of living in the city.
It's also a good place to travel around. I mean, in bus you can go in many places, or taking train on Java.
It makes me so to be in peace, so I think that is a good place for me to stay.
Surabaya is also known as the City of Heroes because of its role in Indonesian struggle for independence. Moreover, Surabaya nowadays has already become the center of businesses, commerce, industries, and education in Indonesia. One of the pioneers of education in Surabaya is the Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember, better known as ITS. ITS has 3 campuses in Surabaya. ITS Sukolilo as main campus. ITS Manyar its campus vocational study of civil infrastructure engineering. ITS Jokro Aminoto as campus for Master of Management Technology. Occupying a large area of 180 hectares as its main campus, ITS has 20,000 students, 1,000 academic staff, 1,000 non-academic staff, 10 faculties, and 38 departments. ITS has various fields of study, faculties, and strategic study program which are the center of excellence. Faculty of Industrial Technology, Faculty of Marine Technology, Faculty of Electrical Technology, Faculty of Civil, Environmental, and Geoengineering, Faculty of Business and Management Technology, Faculty of Architecture, Design and Planning, Faculty of Information and Communication Technology, Faculty Mathematics, Computing and Data Science. Faculty of Natural Science. Faculty of Vocational Studies. Study program at ITS consists of vocational program, bachelor program, master program and doctoral program. ITS also has more than 130 full-time international students and 400 international student mobility short program, K&B program, student exchange and other programs.
I work with many projects and many assignments, so it's helped me to improve my personal skill and also for communication skill.
There are many things that we have to fulfill, and ITS has been helping me to improve this kind of things. Besides my hard skill, I also have been able to develop my soft skill, which is important for nowadays leadership.
Also with ITS, I had a lot of opportunities to join different events for free, like the Rujak Connect Festival, which was the cooking event, something. Yeah, this is like kind of opportunities that you don't have every day, and it's funny to take part for once. Yeah, it's nice.
ITS inventing many technological innovations that have been acknowledged in various international competitions. These are several national and international achievements by ITS. ITS Central Library is in a 6-story building with total building area 9,000 meters square. This library, more than 121,000 printed textbooks, more than 10,000 e-books, 10,000 audio-visual data, and 18,000 digital library collections. Besides providing students with the books, the library also provides students with comfort study area, like discussion area, Hotspot Cafe, computer rent, multi-purposes room, and Indonesia Development Information Services, which connect to the World Bank database. Research and innovation at ITS are geared towards addressing global challenges. Therefore, creative inventions are increasingly being produced by ITS researchers.
If people are talking about logistics and supply chain in Indonesia, we publish papers, we are doing research on transportation modeling, we are doing research on warehouse modeling, and we also do a lot of networking with industries, with companies, and our research has been used in many companies in Indonesia.
We know that Indonesia is the second biggest biodiversity in the world after Brazil, but I think if we combine with our sea area, Indonesia will be the biggest biodiversity in the world. And we do believe that if we perform science of nature and how to utilize it, it is very big opportunity for the treatment of some disease, not only for Indonesian people, but also for the world.
Considering the fact that Indonesia has unique climate characteristics, And also, Indonesia is also very well known as the laboratory of disaster. Therefore, a lot of issues, a lot of problems have to be solved. But this is a challenge for us. We cannot work alone. We need to work interdisciplinary, which involve expert, local or internationally. Therefore, we invite all of you to work here with us in ITS. We expect that our contribution and our work will bring ITS as the Center for Excellence in Disaster in Indonesia.
ITS has more than 180 laboratories spread over 10 faculties. The laboratory is used to support faculty and students' research and provides the opportunity to collaborate on big projects and create impactful research programs.
Diponegoro University has been moving ahead to be the best university in Indonesia by providing 13 faculties of undergraduate and postgraduate. Diponegoro University has graduated 300,000 qualified alumnus. Diponegoro University also establishes vocational schools to generate a ready-to-work alumnus. Holding the fighting values of Pangaran Diponegoro, such as honest, brave, fair, and attentive, Diponegoro University keeps producing excellent alumnus nationally and internationally, while also contributing in the development of knowledge, technology, art, culture, and exercise.
Diponegoro University now is a rising star. We have planned to become one of university in 500 world university rank. We have been continuously improving the supporting aspect such as regulation, facilities, financial system, bureaucracy management, information system, as well as quality of human resources, quality escalation of three Dharma perguruan tinggi as the primary target of UNDI by stimulating the downstream of research outcomes that can be beneficially implemented for the society. We are also keen to improve the quantity of national and international academic publication, as well as the number of doctorates and professors in Diponegoro University.
Now, Diponegoro University has been improving in two important aspects of achievement, institutionally and student achievement. Diponegoro University has become a world-class university by being ranked 5th amongst almost 5,000 universities in Indonesia. Meanwhile, the students' achievement in both national and international scales of prestigious events are increasing. The vision to be an eminent research university is supported by the continued increase of research funding. The total research and civil service funding in 2018 is 123.7 billion rupiah. It consists of PNBP, the National Competition Research Funding, and Collaboration Research Funding. intellectual property right becomes the indicator of significantly improved research. The patent consists of simple patent, international patent, software, and invention legal letter. To support the academic process, Diponegoro University has been improving the student facilities. Thus, the students will not only get the knowledge, but also the actualization space. Academic service, Diponegoro University has built a central computerized system that includes the service for the online study plan and online registration.
Iklim kompetisi di Undip yang sportif dan konstruktif memacu saya untuk terus berprestasi dalam akademik maupun non-akademik.
Didukung dengan fasilitas umum dan keakademikan yang lengkap.
Sehingga membawa Undip masuk 10 besar universitas terbaik di Indonesia.
Undip berada di daerah beragam budaya yang harmonis.
Yang pastinya Undip lebih baik.
Undip lebih baik. Bagaimanapun, Undip pasti lebih baik.
That was a short glimpse of the host of this joint conference. Now, without further ado, we shall begin the conference with a welcome speech by the chair of IConISE 2020, Dr. Ratna Saridewi.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. The Director of Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember, Profesor Muhammad Asari.
Dewi, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. To the Director of Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember, Profesor Muhammad Asari. To Director of Diponegoro University, Profesor Yos Yohan Utama. To the Dean of the Faculty of Industrial Technology and System Engineering ITS. To the Dean of the Engineering Faculty, Diponegoro University. To the Head of Industrial and Systems Engineering Department ITS. To the Head of Industrial Engineering Department of Diponegoro University. To distinguished keynote speakers and invited speakers. To the honorable guests and all the participants. On behalf of the organizing committee, we welcome you to the joint international conference of the Second International Conference on Industrial and Systems Engineering, IConISE, and the 7th Annual Conference on Industrial and System Engineering, ICISE. IConISE is the annual international conference organized by Industrial and System Engineering Department of Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember, Surabaya. The conference, which is formally known as the International Conference on Industrial Engineering and Service Science, or IESS, has been conducted regularly since 2011. As has been mentioned by the Master of Ceremony, this year IConISE is very special. Foremost, it is conducted together with our beloved colleagues from Industrial Engineering Department of Diponegoro University as a joint international conference. And second, since it is conducted during pandemic COVID-19, we decide to run the conference in online format. The theme of this joint conference is Big Data Analytics, a competitive tool towards smart industrial system. As may all of us realize, in last decade, industries experienced a massive shift toward digitalization. As the benefit of the digitalization, a vast amount of data could be collected almost effortlessly throughout the operational activities within the companies and organizations. Due to the advancing information technologies, a company or organization also can access a huge amount of external data. The internal and external big data can be capitalized further to improve the effectiveness and efficiency of the industrial systems, or in other words, make the industrial system smarter. This fascinating forum is dedicated to discussing the role and issues of big data analytics in every significant aspect in the industrial system. The Joint Organizing Committee has received over 200 submissions from Indonesia, Malaysia, Italy, Philippines, Taiwan, United Kingdom, and Japan. After double-blind review process, 149 papers are accepted and scheduled to be presented and discussed in this conference. Then, they are published in IOP Conference Series, Material Science and Engineering, a Scopus Indexed proceeding. For willingness to share their valuable knowledge and experience, we thank our keynote speakers, Professor Wei Jiajia, Professor Hendro Wicaksono, Professor Ferry J, Dr. Fal Sadikin, Mr. Doan Lingga. We also send our gratitude to all the invited speakers, Professor Wahyudi Sutopo, Professor Ari Susanti, Dr. Singgih Saptadi, Dr. Rifki Ismail, Dr. Diah Santidewi, Dr. Padono Suwiknyo, Professor Budi Santosa, Dr. Maria Anityasari, and Dr. Ninit Indah Arfitrida. Besides, we thank the Rector of Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember and the Rector of Diponegoro University for their support and encouragement. We should also like to thank the review board members who have played a significant role in ensuring the accepted papers are of high quality. Although this joint conference is being held in online system, the organizing committee has been trying to create a virtual environment where the attendees can present their research and participate in all sessions seamlessly. However, we hope that you could be more forgiving and could tolerate whatever hiccups that may encounter along the way. Finally, we wish you have a fruitful and enjoyable time in the conference. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Dr. Ratna Sari Dewi for the very beautiful speech. Next, we are going to hear a few words from one of our important guests today, Professor Asari as the Rector of ITS. To Professor Asari, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dear my colleagues, Professor Johan Utama, the Rector of Diponegoro University, all distinguished speakers and invited speakers, as mentioned by the chair, Professor Wejia, Professor Hendro Wicaksono, Associate Professor Ferry J, Dr. Fal Sadikin, Mr. Tuan Lingga, all the honorable guests and all participants, welcome to our international conference, especially the joint conference IConISE between ITS and Diponegoro University. I think this is very special, yeah, because ITS, which is hosted by this conference, hosted by the Department of Industrial and System Engineering, which is managed by the Faculty of Industrial and System Engineering. I think Pak Wawan Aris come today. I saw his position just now. So good morning, all the senior leaders, ITS and also Diponegoro University. I'm very proud that the Department of Industrial and System Engineering ITS consistently manage or organize this kind of conference. At the moment, ITS, we have more than 20 annual conference hosted by department. I think more than 30 annual conference hosted by the department, including today's conference, IConISE, which is conducted in collaboration with ACISE, which is hosted or managed by Diponegoro University. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, ITS, as we can see from the teaser just now, it was established in which focus on technology. We try to present our innovation to support the government against COVID-19. Within the last 4 months, we have developed a robot assistant for hospital, which we call it RISA, like in our background. We already deliver 7 robots for 3 hospitals in Surabaya, in Malang, and other universities. So this robot, we hope, can help the personnel medical, like a doctor or nurse, to help serving a patient, COVID patient. So the robot is remotely controlled from other room, so it can prevent the transmission COVID between the patient to the nurse or the doctor. The robot can be loaded up to 50 kilograms to bring food, clothes, medicines, etc. And the robot also sensor and monitor the body temperature of patient contactless because using a camera. Also, the robot capable of monitoring the heartbeat and also the oxygen saturation in the blood. So it's very helpful. And then we are very proud to develop this robot within 2 weeks. So we have already delivered to other hospital. Respected ladies and gentlemen and all participants. Again, ITS, because we focus on technology, we try our best to support government against COVID-19. Within 3 months, for the last months, we still produce face shield that we modify our classrooms, especially in some classroom in ITS, we modify as a workshop to produce a face shield. It's more than 170,000 face shield already delivered to all hospitals in Indonesia, in more than 30 provinces in Indonesia. So this is our effort to support government against COVID-19. Respected ladies and gentlemen, ITS now, we restructure our faculties from 10 into 7, which all the faculties we put in line with Industrial Revolution 4.0 technologies. So we also have 10 research centers that also in line with the technology of Industrial Revolution 4.0. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of today's conference is regarding big data, analytics, and also application. This is a very, very interesting topics, and it is also in line with Industrial Revolution technology, which is one of our faculty also focus on this topic, including the Department of Industrial and System Engineering, and also our conference today. The other topic, this topic also very relevant to the ITS concern for development strategies that ITS within the next 5 years, we transform our education and research into digital. So digital transformation that includes all the data, big data, all the education system, all the research system process, we try to modify, to transform into digital. And fortunately, COVID-19 insists us to use the Industrial Revolution earlier than before and than we predict. Okay, so respected ladies and gentlemen, in this time, I would like to express our gratitude, especially for organizing committee between ITS and Diponegoro University for arrange this conference. Especially thanks to Dr. Ratna Saridewi from ITS and Dr. Manik Chandra from Undip. Thank you for arrange this conference. This is improve our academic environment, especially international academic environment, I think, for both institutions, ITS and Undip. Also, I would like to express my gratitude to all distinguished keynote speech, invited speakers, honorable guests, and all participants. So enjoy the conference. Happy virtual session today's conference. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
IConISE and ACISE 2020 is officially open. we now invite all of the participants to take a group picture. So please turn on your camera, get ready to take a picture, because there will be 6 slides of our conference room meeting, our virtual conference room meeting today. We're going to take the picture per slides. So we're going to start with the first slide. Everyone, please smile. Great. Now we're going to move on to the second slide. Smile. Now to the third slide. 1, 2, 3. All right, fourth slide. Smile, everybody. 1, 2, 3. Now the fifth slide. Smile. 1, 2, 3. And last but not least, the sixth slide. 1, 2, 3. All right, now we have a memento of all of the beautiful faces of the participants today. Before we begin our conference, we would firstly going to inform participants that during the plenary session, questions can be typed down on the form bit.ly/IConISE ACISE_question list. Please refer to the chat room for the correct format. Now we're going to begin the conference. The first plenary session will be by Professor Wei Jiajia from Beijing Normal University, UIC, and Shanghai Jiatong University, China.
The topic of this first plenary session will be some things of artificial intelligence for smart cities, and will be moderated by Dr. Maria Amidiasa, the Director of Global Engagement Directorate, Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember. So, Dr. Maria, the time is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much, Furkon and Indira, as the master of ceremony of today's session. Very good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I just would like to check before I continue. Could you hear my voice clearly?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you so much. Today we are very, very delighted to start our conference with a very hot topic, smart city, that will be delivered by the expert. We are very thankful for Professor Wei Jiajia, who will be the first keynote speaker for today's conference. Professor Wei Jiajia actually has 2 affiliations and listed in the slide, which are Beijing Normal University, BNU, United International College, Institute of AI and Future Networks, and also from Shanghai Jiatong University. He was the Deputy Director of State Key Laboratory of Internet of Things for Smart City in University of Macau, China. He works intensively in AI, big data, and Internet of Things research, produced more than 160 journal publications. It's a wow. And owns 13 patents, including US patents on mobile internet service system for long-distance trains. He published several books and has received many awards from China government due to his great achievement. We are very grateful to have Professor Jia today, and without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Jia to deliver his keynote speech. Professor Jia, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the introduction. And I would like to also thank all the organizer and chairman of the conference. Actually, I was invited last year, and I was at that time I was very happy. I have a chance to visit Indonesia, so and I try every effort to make this arrangement. But unfortunately, due to this pandemic, and everybody turned to the online. So this is my first time to deliver a speech online, and it's quite a unique experience for me. Okay, so and I would like thanks again for the invitation. for your organization of this wonderful conference. And maybe I can start my talk. Yeah, the first page. Yeah, and actually, I have worked intensively in the area of the networks, wireless communications, and nearly recent 10 years, I try to forge the area of the artificial intelligence and the IoT together. So, I work. That's why I joined the University of Macau in 2 years, and then I try to establish the national key lab in Macau, University of Macau. And recently I got invited by the Beijing Normal University in Zhuhai, and I play as the key role for the two universities to build up the AI and Future Network Center, and also to build up the across the university-wide for Zhuhai for smart city. So that's quite my.
Professor Chia, we have a connection problem, I believe. We cannot hear your voice. Professor Chia, could you please repeat the several sentences that you mentioned before, because we cannot hear your voice. Thank you. I'm very sorry, ladies and gentlemen. It seems that Professor Chia have a connection problem. Professor Chia, could you please confirm that you can hear my voice clearly?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, the connection is back. Could you please repeat several sentences that you mentioned, because we lost the connection sometime.
Time. The past.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, could you please, and also committee, could you please give me a sign whether you can hear Professor Chia's voice clearly or not? Because at my space, in my office, I cannot hear Professor Chia's voice. Anyone can give me feedback on that? Could you please do like this, the thumb up, if you have, okay. Okay, sure.
No, I can hear.
Okay, you can hear clearly. You cannot.
No, I cannot hear.
I cannot hear, Bu. We cannot hear.
We cannot hear.
I also cannot hear.
Yes. Professor Chia, I'm very sorry. It seems that the connection is not so good. Do you mind if, for example, you repeat several sentences that you mentioned? And very, very sorry if you can turn down the video for a moment, because it seems that the connection...
Yeah, I stopped the video, maybe.
Okay, yes, maybe it will be better.
Yeah.
Yes, better connection.
So,
ladies and gentlemen, we can understand that the smart city is a very important topic, and we have the proof today that connection and all Internet of Things really supporting our activities during pandemic. So Please enjoy the presentation of Professor Jia and come with suggestion, question, and discussion. Professor Jia, I give the time back to you, please. Thank you.
Okay. So can you hear me now?
Yes,
Everybody?
very clear, very clear, Professor. Thank you so much.
We go to next page, please. Next page. Yeah. Okay. Can we move to next page? Or hello? Okay. Yeah, we start from this page. Yeah. And this is my vision. This is my vision of the smart city, and actually that's very, for many years I've been also working with the industry with my PhD students, and I consider everything is that it is I call it ecosystem. Actually, a smart city is an ecosystem, and today the IoT, we found out IoT cannot work with the application very in an appropriate way. The reason is that due to the heterogeneous of the system, the data cannot be communicated smoothly, and also we don't have a real-time reaction to the IoT data and to make the quick feedback control. So then we need what? We need to take the data from the industry application or real application scenario, and then we transfer those data to processing in a normally we consider to process them in the cloud or in the back and the server, and then we get conclude to the decision or some intelligent information, and then we apply those decisions to the application scenario. So this become a circle. So this is my consideration. It is a ecosystem or IoT smart city circle. Okay, next page, please. So let's come to the very up layer. The upper layer is cloud today. Today we everybody use cloud, all right? But however, the cloud we have a lot of research in AI in the cloud. Okay. But however, I have them to put the like I mentioned in the previous slides. And today the cloud, which is actually it is not so tightly applied with integrated with AI. Even don't mention that cloud can be integrated seamlessly with wireless communication, with IoT, with the application scenario, especially those kind of application scenario which is in a remote area, in the industry area. Okay, so this is a quite big challenge. So I put this challenge first, and now I turn to my focus to the cloud. So I think that today cloud is that is AI-enabled cloud. So the currently my team is trying to make the cloud more smart. A very simple way is we put the knowledge inside the cloud. So that means we want to build up the knowledge graph in the cloud. So the fundamental issue is that how those knowledge can be built within the cloud. First is that the knowledge graph. What is the knowledge graph? I will briefly introduce. So from three aspects is the knowledge graph is kind of interconnection of the information entity with relation. Okay, so let's go to the next page. So this is a very simple knowledge graph, which is actually this concept is not new. I think back to the early 80s, the knowledge graph already the name is conceptual graph. Only Google name it as a knowledge graph, and actually in the early 80s, I also in the AI some research, but we don't have some progress. So let's turn to the knowledge graph. This this graph I just have no time prepared. I just put these some Chinese inside. But however, let's overlook it. Just look at this in the middle. This is Andy Lau. Andy Lau, this is a famous star in Hong Kong. He's a movie star, singing star, and we know him. And if we put him as entity here, and he has a relationship with other people, his wife, and his height, his body height, and his masterpiece of the movies, and so forth. Okay, so this is in a Google those knowledge graphs. It's a very simple idea. Okay, it's just triple the two entity. In the middle is relation. Okay, so this is what the AI intend to build up is such graph, which can enable the knowledge to be derived, to be inferred, and to find out the from one entity we can find out the connection with other entity. So next page, please. And so the entity trip is a very simple idea, but however the very difficulty challenges how to get this ARB, so A and B with a relation R. This is a very big challenge today, and we have a lot of research work ongoing today, like WordNet, Freebase, NEL, and DBpedia, Wikipedia. Those kind of Freebase and Wikipedia, they have been applying our Wikipedia, okay, and we have used it every day. It's developed by Google. But however, those kind of knowledge graph today and only can apply for the research for people are doing some natural language processing and the information processing, and which is far away from the IoT and the smart city. So that's I would like to say is that this still ongoing, a lot of ongoing work. So next page, please. And this page shows that for example, we have the first triple is like Newton. Okay, he was born in Lincolnshire. This is the concept of the triple. If we ask the triple is that where did the Newton born? So this is if we found out from the knowledge base, we get this triple, we can answer the question. Okay, this is very toy. This is a toy example. But however, once we consider if the knowledge graph become very huge, it's a big data knowledge graph, and you can find out the question like this, it is quite important, and for all the decision making, all right, all the application in the smart city. So the next issue is that given the very fundamental research is that given other two part of sorry. By giving other two party like we are given one entity, one relation, we ask another entity, or we are given two entity, we ask what relation between these two entities. Okay, so this has become a very important questions. So next page, please. So now the one of the very hot research is that it's beginning from the trans-E. It's called translation embedding. It's an idea. It's very simple and very efficient. But today, to the real application, still long distance to go. Is to represent. What we do is to represent all those entities and the relations using vector. So we can change all the concept, the information, turn it into vector. So what we do by what we can derive of these, for example, what we can derive from A and R, we can find out entity B is that we try to make A become a vector, A with arrowhead, and R is a relation, become another vector. So what we do is to use the vector addition to derive another vector B. It's another concept, another entity. So that means if we can use two vectors to do calculation, to do simple addition, and we can find out another concept, this is a very smart idea, okay? And so now this simple concept, and we want to answer the question is that how we can minimize of the vector A plus vector R minus vector B, and better minimize this result. If we can make a minimization of this calculation of those three concepts, we can derive the third concept or third entity by the first entity with the relation, or vice versa. Okay, yeah. So this is how the knowledge can be calculated, and I appreciate this concept very much. So my team started working on this one, and they have a lot of other very well-known works here, listed here. I'm not going to read their names here. So and we have developed this one, and we call the Trans-T. Our paper published in 2017. Okay, next page, please. And what we have done is that we consider those kind of calculation. It is we can do is not very precise calculation, and I mean I guess you agree with this idea, right? If we made those natural world by the concept of vectors, if we are using the vector to represent all this knowledge, we do the calculation. It must be very very unprecisely. So what we apply technology to use all the probability theory, Bayesian theorem, to derive all these as much as accurate for those calculations. I'm not going to jump into the detail because I think this is a probability theory, and you can find out the reference here. So what I just introduced idea here. Okay, we try to derive the posterior probability with high probability by using other probability for those. Eventually, we want to achieve the calculation to be precise, as much precise as possible. Okay, next page, please. Yeah, and this is another technology by using. Well, first, we use Bayesian probability theory. Another one is we apply the type information. The type information, if we look at the diagram below, then you can see, like if we take an example, if we have three persons named here, Newton, Einstein, and Gauss, the three famous scientists, and they have a type of a person, that person. So if we know the relation is wrong, then the third entity B must be location. So every person was wrong in that location. Okay, so we use this kind of common knowledge. We can reduce the error when we do the inference of where. Yeah, if we ask a machine, hey, they ask a machine to ask the place for Newton, and if the wrong place, then the person must be in a place. So most of the derivation of this kind of inference, the machine should inference the location, so can find out the location rather than find out another irrelevant different things, right? The other things. So if we ask where you wrong, it must be a location. All right. So this is the common knowledge for the machine to understand. Okay, next please. Next please. And this is third contribution we have doing this kind of knowledge inference calculation, knowledge calculation is that we try to group all the similarity semantics, group them together to enhance the precision of the knowledge calculation. And before the previous work is just calculated the single vector to calculate the solution. what we want to find out. And we try to group a similar concept together. So then we develop from the trans-E for single derivation of the vector, and we apply to a group.
Hello, Professor Jia. We lost your voice again. Ladies and gentlemen, could you please again give me feedback in the chat room whether you can hear Professor Jia's voice this time? Yes, the voice is lost. Professor Jia, can you hear my voice? Okay. Professor, we lost couple sentences of yours. Could you please repeat a bit of your sentences? Hello, Professor Jia. Hello, Professor Jia.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. The connection is back. Please continue, Professor. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear it, right?
Yes, yeah. I can hear you now.
Yeah. And I just briefly said that. Let me just briefly summarize this work. Okay, very quick. Yeah. Is that how to calculate the use the knowledge, how to get the concept relation with another concept, how to calculate the third concept. If we use the Bayesian theorem to deliver high probability. Second contribution is that we use common type knowledge to enhance the calculation precision. The third one is that we use a group of similar concept to deliver those knowledge with high precision. So this is how to calculate the knowledge. Okay, so let's go to next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, now and we change to another precisely how we got the relation. Okay, next slide, please. Next. And we have developed several well-known work. One is that we published paper in the EMLP 18, and we try to do this technology in a sentence. So maybe I just go quickly with those slides. Okay, go next page, please. Okay, so we apply three technology is that we are using a partial tree. The sentence, each sentence we have a grammar tree. We embed this tree with the neural network, with the bidirectional gate recurrent neural network to develop a sentence level of those concepts. We also do the transfer learning to this concept derivation. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide. And this is an algorithm diagram. The algorithm diagram here on the right hand side is that how we look at the below. We look below, and the sentence is that in 1919, and he lived in Shanghai, China. So in this sentence, what we want to derive the most important relationship is that the China is part of the Shanghai is a city in China. So how we got make this to be known by machine is that we use this sentence combined with this grammatical tree, and we input this tree with sentence together into the neural network. And in the neural network, we ask the neural to
to memorize the sentence tree, and also with the sentence the sequence of the concept. And then we found out we make the attention to the place, the concept, like Shanghai, China. Eventually, we develop the relationship between Shanghai and China. So by this way, we can the machine can find out that Shanghai is within China, is part of China, because it is yin, it's a yin concept inside. So this is how very simple toys example to show you how this algorithm works. Actually, this algorithm can work for a whole paragraph. Okay, next slide, please. And this is our algorithm, how to compare with other well-known work. We have achieved in 18th, we have achieved the highest the precision to the recall. This we call the curve, precision recall curve. Our curve is 0.35 at the moment. Is highest at the moment. Maybe now it's not highest. Okay, next please. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. Oh yeah, previous slide doesn't matter. It's just show the figures. So let's move to the other work, how to build up the ER relationship in the knowledge graph. And next slide, please. Next. And this work was published in last year AI. And what we do in this work, the contribution is that we also apply to the English sentence. In the English sentence, we can try to develop the multiple relation together. Even the relationship is overlapping. And if we look at the sentence S1, we have found out that this Arthur Lee actually we got two relationship. One is that he's a person he's a live there, and also he live in Memphis, also died in Memphis. Okay, so you can see these three sentences, very simple sentences that each sentence is very short, but they have a multiple relationship. So for those multiple relationship, how we can use AI technology to extract it within one network. This is a contribution. So next slide, please. And we use three technology. One is that on the first step, if we look at the diagram on the right-hand side below, the first step is that we use bi-directional LSTM network to extract the features of those sentence for entity in a relation. And next is that we use we will call the capsular networks to develop multiple features. And third step is that we use the technology called soft margin loss to outstanding those multiple relation and to extract the relation. And next slide, please. Next slide, please. Can you hear me? Next slide, please. Hello? Yeah. Oh, too many. Can you go back a little bit? Yeah. And all the technologies that, if you look at this diagram, maybe a little bit, those arrows, you just consider them as a feature. So how to get different feature out of a very simple concept? It is this technology has been used in the image recognition. In the image recognition, and the well-known work by Hinton, I think it is Hinton, before the work is that they use these capsular networks to extract multiple features out of one image. And what our contribution is that we use this capsular technology, network technology, to extract multiple features out of one sentence. And here, our multiple feature is that we extract multiple entity and relation by using those capsular networks. This is our contribution. Also, our first team to work on this result. Next slide, please. So, and this is how our algorithm works. And in a very below layer is feature extraction. In this layer, we use we call the bidirectional LSTM neural networks to extract all type of features. And all type of feature here, you must know that all the features together, they can interfere with each other. If we do not have corpuscular networks, we cannot differentiate them. So eventually the computer will output the chaos. So our contribution is that we use another layer of the neural network. We call it the corpuscular network. We got these features separate. On the top layer, we also use this different feature with a different we call the routing path. We use different routing paths to differentiate the different feature for those different relations, also different entities. Eventually, we can output precisely output those features of the entity and the relation. So this is how our contribution to apply for those this network. Okay, next slide, please. Now this is our performance of our system, and then last year our performance also #1 in this area. Okay, so next slide, please. I'm not going into detail. So now, and we have finished the first part. Is that how to make it cloud to be knowledgeable? Today, still very challengeable, very challenging, and all the work is ongoing. Now we come to the next point: is that how to make this knowledge to be integrated with the network layer. So network layer, and at the moment today, we consider the cloud. Sometimes cloud cannot be directly connected with IoT. And normally we have an intermediate layer network we call the edge network. So now the problem is that how to make the edge network to be work with AI, with big data. This is also a challenge. Okay, so next slide, please. Next slide. How the intention is to make the edge node to be knowledgeable. Okay, so this is the next is the AI-enabled edge layer. Okay, how to make the AI be applied to edge. Next slide, please. And edge computing today is very hot, another very hot topic. And edge, suppose that the edge node is edge node can be any kind of node, heterogeneous node. And we consider edge node be getting strong and strong today. But however, considering it compare with the with cloud is also very weak. But however, we have to use edge to interconnect with IoT, with sensors. So the edge gradually become more and more important in the future, 5G and 6G network even. Okay. So next slide, please. And I'm briefly introduce the two work we have done in our team. One is that we have applied of the AI technology for the container migration for tasks. Another is the task offloading technology. Next slide, please. And considering that the edge node is here in this diagram, and the edge is try to provide the service for all these mobile user, for all IoT. And the edge should be smart enough to quickly execute some task and also transmit the result, intermediate result to the cloud. But the challenge is that how the edge know that which work they should try to migrate, to move their work, to provide the highest quality of service, also to reduce the cost, especially we know the communication cost. Okay, and next slide, please. And we have choosing the container for our research. The container, the difference between virtual machine is that the container does not have an operating system. The virtual machine must have an operating system. So virtual machine is very heavy. So container is very light. So we use in the edge. We prefer to apply container for those task management. Okay, next slide, please. And so, for the traditionally for IoT and edge network, all the very important consideration for those quality service is the communication delay or network delay and computational delay and total delay. And we're not going to go to detail. We just jump to next. We know this delay. Well, next slide. We will concern, and those delay will be combined with those node. Edge node, what is the node, how is the resource utilization be utilized? And also many nodes, they are wirelessly. So the power consumption is very important. And also once we move those container from one node to another node, it also incur a lot of cost. Combine this. Next slide, please. Next slide. All those costs combined, what we want to achieve is to minimize the total cost. So if we consider those total costs, we plus them together. So delay, network delay, and the complication, power consumption and migration delay together, and we want to minimize the total cost. Okay, so this is a NP hard problem. NP hard is we want to move the container to the node, right? This is the well-known bin pack problem is NP hard. Also, this is high dimensional, many parameters and high dimensional cost. So this is make this question nearly impossible to use a traditional heuristic approach to solve it. So what we apply this one next slide. So we want to tackle with this high dimensional difficulty. This is normally we know that use AI technology. And next slide, please, is using reinforcement learning technology. So the reinforcement learning and the idea is very simple, is that we have an agent. The agent is before it take action, it will try to calculate the reward. If we found out some reward, okay, is high, it will take this action. Then apply to the environment, the edge environment or network environment. And then the environment will output the reward and also change the state to the next one. And then the agent will try to take the reward and evaluate the state and move to next state by choosing the highest reward, okay, highest agent. So this is how the reinforcement learning works. Next slide, please. And when we decide to do those kind of job migration, container migration, and now we have to consider how these tasks, how they really can work to work in the edge node. So next job is task offloading. So task assignment. Next slide, please. And this task assignment is very challenging problems, because the task can be, some tasks require to be assigned to different nodes. Some tasks, they rely on the previous task. They have a dependency. So what the headache is the dependent task. Okay, all the different, let's look at right-hand side of this diagram. You can see that the task of the task T24 relies on task T22 and task T23, and task T23 relies on task T21. Okay, and this job 2 make a task tree, so we call it dependence task tree. So this is a very how we assign those tasks into the different node. Okay, here I want to mention one point to you, is that let's consider those tasks are AI tasks. I mentioned it in the previous work. Okay, and how the AI work on to find out the different different concept, different relation. All right. So these tasks are interrelated to each other. How to assign this task into the distributed edge node? It's quite challenging. Next slide, please. So how to assign, and what we do is also, remember in the previous we have mentioned that for one sentence, how do we find out the information into the sentence? We have applied a sentence parcel tree. So here we build up those task dependents, build up it into a tree, task tree. So we use similar idea to make those tree. And how do we do that? We make the tree become a vector. We make them all as a vector. Now we input those vector into the neural network, into deep learning neural network, and we call we also use the DN and GCN. The GCN is using the GAN network. Okay. Anyway, deep learning, and we input those tasks. We convert a task and environment node into the vector. We input them into the tree, into the neural network. We try to train them. We try to find out how is the best assignment for those tasks into those edge node. And then we also apply reinforcement learning to calculate the best reward. And use this way, we can achieve a more precise assignment for the tasks. So this is the overall purpose. Next slide, please. So here, and how to do that, I'm not going to go to detail. So I think the most important is that I give you guys the idea is that our work is to summarize the node and job and task. We embedding them into the vectors, and we're also embedding the each edge node, CPU, and its memory and power. Combine them into the vector, and then we combine this knowledge, and then we use deep learning technology to learn them, and eventually the output is to assign those tasks into the appropriate node, edge node, and eventually we achieve a better solution. I don't say it's an optimized solution because it's a neural network output, and we compare with other previous work to get a better solution. Okay, next slide. Next slide. So let's look at the IoT. And we transfer from edge node to the IoT node. And these slides just show all the IoT nodes, and actually my team has working on. And all those IoT nodes we have developed with my student together. Okay, next slide, please. This is 4G IoT node. Actually, today we are moving to 5G network. In the future, we are moving to 6G. So, now 5G, what's different between 5G IoT from 4G IoT today is that 5G IoT, it requires IoT become smart, intelligent. And in the future, 6G IoT is that everything is smart. Everything is important, is intelligent. Okay, so this is the future. Next slide, please. This is from white paper. Okay, I'm not going to consider those details today, and let's move to discussion. Okay, next slide, please. Discussion. Yeah, this discussion also the white paper for 6G for machine learning in the wireless communication networks, and in the future we're considering that in the top layer is cloud. Okay, in the cloud we must provide all kind of this is a reference. In the future we provide all kind of extended reality like AR, VR. Today we're talking about. In the future, maybe we have XR applications, autonomous driving, mass robots, robotics, automation. Okay, So this is also in the middle, we must have a smart, all the applications in the second layer is all the applications must be machine learning enabled. And down below network layer must be machine learning enabled, and enabled edge node, also with multiple hop of the cellular wireless networks. And on the MAC layer, on the physical layer of the communications, must be able to enhance with those federal machine learning and predictable resource allocation. Like just now I mentioned that we use AI technology for resource allocation, for task allocation, right? And I'm not mentioning physical layer. Actually, I think this is out of my research area. It's in the physical layer, what we can find out the smart encoding, so we can online real-timely to interconnect all IoT nodes. So this is all the challenge. They will have a lot of to do. Okay, in the future, I'm thinking is if in the future we can use some IoT node can detect those virus, like those COVID-19 virus, you can detect it. Will be a very big contribution to humanity in the future. This is what we intend to do. Okay, so I think I'm nearly close my talk. Yeah, here. So thank you very much. Next slide. So okay, so this is all the close to this slide is that in this circle we must be our work is make everything work smoothly and with AI enabled inside. Okay, yeah, and this is then jump to the last slide, please. Yeah, I would like to thank you for your patience, especially thank you for. I'm sorry for this nervous problem. Okay, thank you. This is my talk. I'm go to a Q&A. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Chiai, for the very, very insightful and comprehensive presentation. I myself, I learned a lot from the presentation, and I believe all the audience, even though some of us honestly very new to this issue, to this area, but we learned a lot from the explanation. So, Professor, we have around 10 minutes for the question and answer, and I invite all the audience, if you would like to raise question and ask question to Professor Chiai, please go to the link provided by the committee, so you can write your question in the link. And if you have difficulties, you also can write your question in the chat room, because the committee will help us to compile the question. Professor Chiai, right now we have question already in the link. So I will read the question for you. The question comes from Dr. Erwin Widodo. And the question, actually, what is the common withdrawal? What is the common pitfall, the common failure, the common weakness in applying AI, the concept of smart city that you just explained? Could you please highlight what is the common pitfall in the implementation? Thank you.
Yeah. And well, thank you for the question. This question very good. It's just hit the the vulnerable point of this today. Actually, today the very difficult point is that AI research only apply to a very specific area like image recognition. Okay, for image recognition and for those kind of voice recognition, quite successful, because in this area and we found out that the deep learning, especially like a CNN, convolutional neural network, works very well. It can capture those image feature precisely. But however, once we apply AI technology to the not mention the smart city, even to the natural language processing, for those a little bit fuzzy, not so precise feature area, and AI technology has a lot of the pitfall or weakness is that the AI cannot capture those feature precisely and in a real-time way. So in a smart city, we have many places we need we need to have a precise extraction of knowledge. But the AI technology today cannot do that. This is our scientist community have to work hard on this area. Yeah, we have to. That's why we are here.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor, for the answer. I agree with you. If, for example, you can fly and come to Surabaya and there is no pandemic situation like this, I believe we can discuss more and deeper because we will have a break session, lunch session, and so on. Yeah. However, we have to be very thankful for the opportunity. And then the next question, regarding the COVID-19 pandemic, do you think that smart city using AI system in China helps the government, helps the institution to track the COVID-19 patient, Professor?
Oh yeah, another very interesting question. Yeah, also, yeah, that's true, and a lot of you can see a lot of scientists in China, and they try to help the government with AI technology, especially in such a very typical situation, a very difficult situation. And as far as I know, some kind of application here, and some of my friends and colleagues, they have tried to using AI technology to develop try to find out the trace for those infected people using mobile phone, for example. Mobile phone as a trace to find out those infected people. But however, my friend working in this area, I think just published as a paper and not really used by the government. And I read from news, and there are some there's a medical school university student, the professor and student. They really work on the AI system. Is that how to recognize the image of the lung and our body, try to detect those infected people at the early stage as quick as possible, real time. This is they use some AI technology that I believe that's useful because it's also image recognition. It can be useful. So and other than this, I think other AI technology cannot be directly used for COVID-19 prevention or detection or medical treatment.
We still have a couple questions here, Professor. The next question will be like this. In the era of AI and IoT, many people enjoy the benefits of the technology, but also feel that sometimes technology threats their privacy. Could you please comment on this, Professor? How to draw a line between technology and privacy?
Yeah, that's a very also very important question. And I have another team, and they work on this, but they don't have a very good result come out. And my consideration is that in the future, AI technology should be used in this way: is that AI should apply to using those group knowledge to serve for a group of people, and without release the precisely individual person's information. So we will try to make those big data and AI not be able to detect the personal individual information. We make a group of information. We can make a group of a service. The service can customize to individual person, can be very good for individual person for the service, but you cannot deliver the individual person's information out of a group of service. So this is our research should be done in this way. So with good service, but no information can be hacked out of this service. Okay, personal.
It seems that a lot of room for collaboration and further research here, Professor, because this area is very important, but still open for many improvement.
A lot of unknown problems.
Yes, right. There is another question here, Professor, about developing knowledge graph. Developing knowledge graph, as you mentioned in your presentation, it is very interesting. What need to be confirmed by the audience? Different city, do you think that different city may have different knowledge graph thereafter? Or do you think all cities in the world share the similar interest in developing knowledge graph, and we can directly implement what have been done in Shanghai, for example, in the context of Indonesia? What do you think, Professor?
Well, this question also asks a very challenging point to the current research, and as far as I know, that the knowledge graph, just like early 80s expert system. I think everybody knows AI very hard research in the 1980s, right? Expert system. But today we don't hear much about expert system. Why? Because expert system developed at the moment. I think the very famous expert system was developed in Stanford University by Professor Feigenbaum, and it's called the e-medicine for medical treatment. But why we don't hear about those expert systems today? The reason is that the expert system, when you develop it, it cannot be self-learning, self-improve. It eventually, when the new technology, new concept comes out, the expert system become dialed down. It is no longer exist. Today, knowledge graph also face the similar problem. Is that we can develop specific knowledge graph, and using deep learning, using all word-to-vector technology, like I mentioned before. But the problem is, most challenges that for each city, once you pay a lot of effort, you develop a knowledge graph. And today, one problem we still not solve yet is that this knowledge graph is not alive. It cannot improve itself. It cannot self-grow. It always that's the big problem, big issue. So for each city, if we have a live knowledge graph can self-grow, so we can develop a basic knowledge graph. We can put into the Indonesian city, into China, into Shanghai, into Hong Kong. Let itself grow to learn local community knowledge. This is the real alive. This technology can alive for a long time. But today, once we develop a knowledge graph, it becomes fixed, even static. Mm-hmm. If we make it alive, frankly speaking, I don't see any research work say alive knowledge graph. So this is we can do in the next step. We can do next step to learn. It's in the future.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Professor. There are two questions, but the time is so limited, so I will read the next question. Seems like many interested participants. When using AI tool in the society, the underlying algorithm of those tools need to be transparent. This allows you to validate the decision made by the post-mortem tool. And then, hacker concern about hacker. So the question is, it is true that AI can be dangerous somehow because it's open to the possibility to be stolen by others?
Yeah. Also, yeah, like previous, very good question. The privacy.
Security, yes.
Yeah, this is right here. This is from technology aspect, technical aspect, more from technical aspect. And actually, no matter knowledge graph or AI, deep learning, all this AI today, in my viewpoint, and it is still very vulnerable to the hackers or for attack. For example, even image for the image processing, and this is very dangerous if we have autonomous driving. Okay, the car is running, and if the car, the image, look at the image inside in front of it. If the in front of it is if the hacker make this system become just today make you can inject some signal into the image. The AI system will totally wrongly recognize into a different picture. So if the video recognition, then the autonomous car will, yeah, if this is turn, but if somebody change it into a straight line, then the car will hit hit in the car road. So this is very dangerous. So today the AI is not so robust. It's not robust. Very vulnerable to the hacker. The reason is that the AI technology is still in a evolving, in a development. So and not so people still don't have enough power. All the teams working on the AI, they even did not have enough power to make this AI become more strong and against those hackers and all the technology. I think this issue can be solved once they fix the AI technology into some application. They will try to fix all the pithole and vulnerability for this AI. So one thing is that every technology, once it is in a development, is always vulnerable. And so I would like to see that application today is AI applications today is still not very popular today. Yeah, in some specific areas. Yeah.
Professor Chia, thank you so much for a wonderful topic, wonderful presentation, a very rounded and comprehensive presentation. We learned a lot from you today. Unfortunately, the time is limited and we have to end our keynote speaker up to here. I believe Professor Chia presentation has inspired a lot of us and encouraged us to learn more. So ladies and gentlemen, please give a rounded applause to Professor Chia. You can check your reaction button in the Zoom screen, and then you can have a big thumb and big hand to Professor Chia. Thank you so much, Professor. Hope you have a very productive and enjoyable day today. And for all participants, have a very productive and enjoyable conference. Professor, looking forward to working together with you because Surabaya now would like to have face recognition and smart city concept for the whole city. Thank you so much once again. And then back to you, Master of Ceremony. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you to Professor Wei Chia and to Dr. Maria Anityasari for the very insightful session. Now we are going to take a 5-minute break before the next session. Please be seated as we're going to start the event. This next session will be about protecting Industry 4.0 using artificial intelligence.
This topic will be delivered by Dr. Rerum Naturalium Val Sadikin, the IoT security scientist from Philips Eindhoven, Netherlands.
For this plenary session, we would like to introduce Dr. Bambang Purwanggono from Diponegoro University as the moderator. Dr. Bambang Purwanggono is the Director of Research and Industrial Collaboration, the member of Diponegoro University Board of Trustees, and the Chair of Indonesian Forum of Standardization and Education. To Dr. Bambang Purwanggono, the time is yours.
Thank you, dear announcers. Could you hear my voice? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
First of all, I'm very thankful to be given this opportunity to moderate this session. Welcome all of you, the distinguished guests, invited speakers and participants, and of course the organizing committees, and especially for Dr. Val Sadikin, welcome to this session. I believe now it's very early in the morning in the Netherlands, if I'm not mistaken, but that's why I would like really to thank you for be able to be with us for today. Before we really start the presentation by Dr. Val Sadikin, allow me to introduce a little bit about the speaker, because it is quite a long list of the curriculum vitae of the speakers. I might only highlight a few things that I think it's quite interesting. Of course, it is about the education of the speaker. The speaker, or Dr. Val Sadikin, received the PhD or doctorate degree from the Freie University in Berlin, Germany, and in 2015. And in 2008, the speaker, or Dr. Val Sadikin, received a master's degree in engineering, especially in the electrical engineering from Gajah Mada University. And also from Gajah Mada University, the speaker received the bachelor degree in engineering, especially in the mechanical engineering major. Ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. This session will be divided into two parts. First, of course, we'd like to invite Dr. Val Sadikin to deliver the presentation, and in about 30-40 minutes maximum, so that we will still have time for the discussion. And I really hope and really invite questions from the audience. And of course, a question should not, the question might be asked by typing into the meeting chat, or by the link that is also displayed in the chat. And you don't have to wait until the end of the presentation. If you think you have a question now, just start typing or start asking the question. Then we will try to compile that and of course convey to Dr. Val Sadikin to be answered. I think I will not take any more time because it is a bit running late. So Dr. Val Sadikin, I invite you to deliver your presentation, and I hope, of course, will encourage the audience to ask and discuss about their topics. I think the topics has been mentioned that you are going to talk about the protecting in Industry 4.0 using artificial intelligence. Dr. Fasadikin, you may start the presentation, please.
Okay, so can you see my screen?
Not yet, not yet.
Anyone?
Just maybe wait for a second. Yeah. It is not yet on my screen. How about the others?
What about the others?
Yes, we can see.
So everyone can see.
Yes, we can see.
Yes, let me start. So thank you for the introduction. Today I will be presenting of one of my work, actually similar to my work. So I will be talking about how we can protect the Industry 4.0 using artificial intelligence technology. But before that, let me introduce also again myself. So my name is Falsadikin. So I received my PhD from Freie University Berlin in Germany in the field of security and privacy protocol for wireless indoor positioning. So nearly in the same time, actually in 2014 and 15, I got also, I was lucky, I got funding from European Union FP7 program to do research in Fraunhofer Institute of Focus in Berlin, Germany, where I developed a network measurement tool for internet. So if you're interested to do for your experiment, you can download the software to measure a one-way delay in internet. So, but if you're not familiar with the open source software, and you can just simply read our paper here that about how we can measure the one-way delay in internet. So after graduate, I was also lucky that I'm not American citizen, but I got funding from U.S. Department of Homeland Security to do research, to continue my postdoc research in University of Houston in U.S. So at that time, I had tasked to develop security protection for 911 call center. You know that 911 call center, I think this is famous emergency service in US. So at that time, because they are going to migrate from a legacy system to IP-based 911 call center. So I try to investigate and develop intrusion detection system, also using machine learning or artificial intelligence to detect what kind of attack, what kind of possible attack that could happen in IP-based emergency service. So after that, I decided to go back to Europe in Netherlands. So I am happy to take specific job, which is they hire me as Philips Lighting hire me as scientist and also internal hacker for IoT security, where I do a lot, most of my job actually, everyday job, I do a lot of hacking for IoT product based on Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and Zigbee. And based on this hacking activity, I've made a lot of a prototype to protect IoT system. And based on the prototype I developed, I already registered 7 patents in IoT security. And also, I have several industrial certification, like certificate ethical hacker, security specialist, forensic specialist, web security specialist, and so on. So, as professional scientists, we don't have any obligation actually to publish a paper, but I still try to manage my time, my free time, to publish a paper. And one of our paper actually was won the Best Paper Award in IoT BDS 2020. So if you're interested, because this paper also is really related to the how we can protect industrial 4.0 using machine learning. So for more detail about my profile, you can visit my LinkedIn page. So today I'll be talking about how we can protect Industry 4.0 using artificial intelligence technology. So, but before starting with the security part, let me first tell you this example of success story, the implementation of Industry 4.0 in Netherlands. So you know that Netherlands, in agriculture point of view, they face several challenges to produce farming, to make a farming process. For example, here, because you know in Europe we have a 4 season here, where sun is not available all the time, which means that only quarter of the time during the year that we can produce farming there. So this is the first challenge of Netherlands. The second challenge, because Netherlands is very small country, if you can compare actually, it is even smaller than east of Java, or even equally the same if central of Java. So this is very small country, but surprisingly, using Industri 4.0 technology, Netherlands is the second biggest exporter in IoT agriculture. So they are successfully push the production by using the IoT 4.0 technology. They can also produce environment friendly farming system, like reducing the number of water, using industrial drone to monitor the crop, and many things. So one of the interesting thing here, we can see that not only push the limit for the production of agriculture, but they also successfully manage environment friendly farming. For example, here we know that farming activity is one of the most wasting resources. For example, because if you see in this table, for example, if you want to have 1 kilogram chocolate, which means that you need to have 17. It costs 17 liter of water. Or for example, if you want to have 1 kilogram beef, you need to. It costs cost about 15,000 liter of water, and also it produces something like 16.4 kilogram of carbon dioxide. So what the Netherlands do actually, they try to produce IoT. They try to manage the farming system using IoT Industrial 4.0, which means that they combine with machine learning technology, which also combine with the weather technology. For example, they combine with weather forecast to predict when if the rain will come, and then they will stop the irrigation system and then rely on nature watering system. The same things also they do kind of monitoring, like for example, they do early detection if some of the plant get infected by disease, or by doing so they can also make something like reduce the need for pesticide. Okay, next. So this is also one of contribution of Philips Lighting. So because what I mentioned before, that it doesn't in four-season country, the sun is not available all the time. What we can do here, we try to produce artificial light to replace the missing part of the sun. So we do a lot of research here. We try to reproduce how we can produce quality of light that can replace the role of the sun. We do also IoT farm animal. They also do IoT farming animal, like in several story. Terrace animal go in several level to solve the problem related to the limited limited resource on the land, and also many things. So that's also, so why they also produce like something like, so what we can do, what they achieve here, actually they can do farming anywhere, like in the sea during the winter, because they already provide a lighting system to fix the problem. So now talking about security, so we already see that Netherlands is one of the successful country that implementing Industry 4.0. Now, why we need to care about security? Because in the previous keynote speaker, it's already discussed about what is the danger part of artificial intelligence in the security point of view. So this is why that's why we need to care about security first. Because 70% of data breach or hacker goes still undetected. So we don't know what happened, what's going on actually here. And then also in the US in 2016, more than $15 billion goes away because of the cyber activity. And then you can see also security is not just about it's not just about money. It's also about the reputation, because you can see, like for example, company like Equifax, their stock fell to bigger than 30% after data breach. So this is also about reputation. So that's also, you can imagine if your company or your institution get hacked, maybe your reputation will fall down. And then what is Industry 4.0 actually in the hacker point of view? Actually, in hacker point of view, Industry 4.0 is something like it is just industrial IoT, where hacker can see this is combination of three technology, which is IoT system, artificial intelligence, and cloud computing. So what hacker can see actually, they can see that this is combination of vulnerability. For example, we can see the security risk for IoT itself. What is the security of Internet of Things? For example, here, Internet of Things. Like for example, we connect everything to the cloud, we connect everything to the internet, which means that all possible attack internet could also happen in IoT system. Like for example, like malware injection, phishing activity, backdoor, and many things. And then there are also many vulnerability of IoT. For example, because the constraint of IoT devices, because we use low cost devices, which means that standard security protection cannot be easily applied to for low cost devices. And then and also it's very difficult to do security patching, security update. For example, if you working on standard internet where you have operating system, it's very easy to update the security. But for IoT devices, it's very easy. It's very difficult because you know that we use very low cost devices here, and also there's also some vulnerability with the vulnerability in the program itself in the chip. So and also there is another vulnerability here. For example, here that industrial IoT connected to the internal system. You can see in around 2017, there is a hacker can easily get into the database of the casino from the infected compromised fish tank. So that's also one of the vulnerability of industrial Internet of Things. For example, here you can imagine if someone take control of your IoT devices or industrial devices like industrial control, and then they can get into another system like database or your internal data system. And then the other possible scenario here, like for example, because we know that we have security vulnerability in IoT, and then by combining also with the artificial intelligence technology, which means that this is also vulnerability with the because you know that everyone talking about artificial intelligence, but what is the problem here? Because you know that the professors cannot speak. Professor Jai already mentioned this is very, very dangerous technology because a hacker can fool the machine learning system, can fool the machine learning model to make wrong classification. Like for example, in the automate driving self system, where you can see an attacker can simply just put one simple sticker here, and then the car will misclassifying what should do. So for example, here the sign of stop is classified as this increase the speed limit to 90%, for example. So this is very dangerous. And then there are a lot of study here, like for example, for example, adversarial machine learning. Well, so many studies try to find a way how to fool machine learning system. For example, here, if someone try to hang specific picture on the body, so machine learning will fail to detect, classify the person, for example, here. So this is also kind of danger for automatic driver system. So be careful when you use hang specific things on your body. Maybe the car will not detect you, and then there will be kind of accident here. So you can see here. So the other things, like for example here, there are a lot of study already here. For example, by adding additional perturbation to the picture, you can see it is very easy to fool machine learning system to misclassifying the system. For example, here the picture of library is classified as prison because of additional noise on the picture. So you can imagine it's very easy to fool the machine learning model, like industrial machine learning, to like say to sabotage or to manipulate your factory. So you can see also one example here, like for example the washing machine. By adding additional noise there, the washing machine will be detected as something else. For example, like doormat. So it is very interesting. So maybe this is also one of the research that you can follow up. Like another example, for example, here, the several level of washing machine here, by adding additional perturbation or noise in the picture, you can see that the machine learning can misclassify the picture. So you can see here. So this one is classified as a loudspeaker actually. So you can see here, this is a correct classification, washer or washing machine. And then this is additional noise with low noise on the picture. You can see the machine learning already get confused. And then after that, you can see that it is misclassified as a switch. So that's very dangerous. You have to be careful here, like what I want to mention. So the next thing is because we use also cloud technology. You know that cloud technology like container, Kubernetes, Docker system is very vulnerable for the attack. For example, here an attacker can exploit the system call to compromise another container. So I will not go into detail for this vulnerability, but I can spend one day to explain many possible vulnerability in cloud edge computing and so on. So so what hacker can see here actually basically the Industry 4.0 combination of IoT system, artificial intelligence, and cloud system, which means that this is also a combination of security vulnerability. So an attacker can simply choose what kind of point they are going to attack and try to exploit the vulnerability there. So this is what the timeline of the attack in IoT system. For example, here you can see that the hacker are going to much more interest to hack the IoT system, because IoT system running 24 hour, 24 hour. For example, here, so you can see some of the attack because of the vulnerability of the IoT system itself. Some of the attack are because of the vulnerability of the cloud, and maybe in the future we will have a real attack that, but because based on the exploitation of the machine learning, the vulnerability of machine learning. So in the future, maybe we will have much more attack, new attack vector that have never seen before. So be prepared for that. So, and also the another problem, like for example, Gartner research try to predict. So there are right now in 2017, not 2020. In 2017, we have 8.4 billion devices right now connected to IoT system, which means that will be very difficult to manage the security part here. And then I will explain, this is what the general architecture of IoT ecosystem in home system. So basically in the industrial system will be similar, like where we can connect like vacuum cleaner, the fridge, camera to the cloud. So the user here, we can choose several technology like using Zigbee or Wi-Fi or using 4G or Bluetooth. And here the user have several options to control or to connect to their system. For example, they can go to the cloud and then reach the bridge there, and the bridge will connect to the devices. Or the user can simply just connect in local area network, like connecting to Wi-Fi access point, and they can control their devices. So this is also similar like what happened in Industry 4.0 ecosystem. Like for example, the engineer or the people in manufacture can control the devices or the controlling system or the sensor, and also they can use also for asset tracking in data warehouse, something like that. So what happened here? So here the attacker can do several things that can introduce big vulnerability here. For example, here they can do effort dropping. Like for example, they can steal your privacy. They can see what happened in your factory. They can see how many stock you have in the factory, in data warehouse, and then they can do like many in the middle attack, like redirect the traffic, make the what is the name? Modification to the packet and the communication. They can also inject firmware to your devices. They can do privilege escalation. Even they can involve your device as denial of service to like let's say to generate a large number of botnet to attack the web server system. So basically many engineers, because this is one of the weaknesses here, most of the engineer doesn't aware about the security here. They have lack of expertise. For example, here like many people think that they already implement proper security, but basically hacker can do many things. They can do simple trick just to breach your system. So I will do some demo just to give you idea how easy actually for a well-trained hacker to compromise your system. Here I will choose one of protocol. Of course, I will not do all of the demo. I will just do the demo for the Bluetooth system. For example, here I have one lighting system based on Bluetooth, one IoT devices. I hope you can you see my light here?
Yes.
Anyone
yes.
can?
Yes, sir.
So this is one example. I have one lighting system based on Bluetooth, for example, here, where we can control, like what I mentioned in the architecture, we can control the light through the app from the smartphone here. Like, for example, we can, let's say, I can turn on the light, turn off, you can see here. So you can see here, the light is turned on, turn off. I can also changing the color to red. You can see the color here because my camera resolution is not really good. So changing to blue, this is blue, what you can see, and changing to red, for example, or green. So this is actually what happened. Similar things that what happened in the industry 4.0, where the engineer can control the devices. But it is very easy to make hacking for these devices. For example, I can take over the control, not from smartphone, but from my laptop, for example, here. I can show you here, like, let me share again my screen here. So what happened here, like I will show you them how easy to take control of the IoT devices. For example, here I can start because I write my own script, like the sex scientist BLE. This is the tool to launch the attack for Bluetooth. But I have also another script to launch attack for Zigbee or Wi-Fi. So for this opportunity, I will just show how easy to make attack for Bluetooth devices. So first, I will try to scan the devices. Let me log in. So first, I will try to do scanning for some of devices around. Let's imagine this is in the industrial devices, industrial control, or your industrial sensor, where you can scan what is device in the factory. So for example, here I can find out like there are several devices here around. One of them is the device of the lighting device that I have in my hand. And also the other device around my neighbor, like the speaker or the smartphone of my neighbor. So here I can already see that one of my devices already have the MAC address. So I will use this MAC address to launch the attack. So here I will try to choose, for example, 8 to take control of the devices. For example, here I can try to connect based on the MAC address. Sorry. Yeah, sometimes real-time demo is not so easy. So I try to connect to these devices, and then I try to scan the characteristic of the Bluetooth devices that already connect. So here you can see I already can manage to turn on and turn on the light. For example, here I try to turn on the light, turn it off, or I can change the color to red, for example. Or to, let's say, green, back to green, or blue. So many things. So it's very easy. You can imagine if the attacker take control the device in your factory, they can hijack your system. They can demand ransom, for example, asking for ransom to get back your control for your devices. So it is very vulnerable. So let's continue to the slide. Oh, okay, so here, what could happen here? So there are a lot of technique like Zigbee for hacking for Zigbee or Bluetooth or Wi-Fi. So I publish everything to my channel, YouTube channel. You can feel free to visit the channel to find out a lot of technique there already published. But if you're interested, so what could happen here? So here one example scenario. Maybe you already hear about the internet of ransom things, which means that the attacker can hijack your devices and demand some ransom to get back your device. For example, you can take control of the door system, and then you can ask, like, for example, $100 to send to the Bitcoin to open the door. So you can imagine, so if the hacker can take control your factory here, so they can ask money for you to get back your control to the system. So what is the solution here? So here actually I will present one of our project in Signify Philips Lighting, where I developed Zigbee IoT intrusion detection system using two approach, which I combine rule-based and machine learning approach detection. So what is the motivation here? Motivation, you know that NIST cybersecurity framework already develop guidelines how you can protect your institution or your company. For example, here this is they explain a step by step how we can protect our system. For example, here we try to identify the system, try to do protection like providing access control, data security, and then we try to detect the attack, do the response, and then recover. So in this flow of step, actually here on the step number 3, this is the place where we can implement machine learning to learn and to detect the attack. So basically, I will introduce what is intrusion detection system to detect the attack using machine learning. So what is intrusion detection system? So intrusion detection system is actually a device or software application that monitor the system or policy malicious activity or policy violation in the system. For example, if someone, or hacker sending a malicious packet to the system, and then the machine learning model in the data center will detect and classify as attacker, and then raise the alarm to the system. In this case, we have two options here. The first option here, like for example, we can send security patch from the data center to prevent the effect of the attack, or we can send someone. If we cannot prevent the attack, we can send someone to fix the problem on the site, for example, on the factory, something like that. So there are two types of intrusion detection system here. The first type is intrusion detection system itself, where we can use for detect anomaly, activity, login, and even notification. And after we detect the attack, and then we can do the next flow, like for example, to do incident response. And then the other type of intrusion detection system is called intrusion prevention system, where we try to prevent the attack on the fly, because sometimes the attacker need to do several activity sequence of action to perform the attack, which means that we can do early detection to prevent the effect of the attack. So there are two types of intrusion detection system here. The first type is the host-based intrusion detection system, where we implement machine learning model to classify the attack right on the devices. For example, we can implement the detection right on like lighting system or light on the sensor or industrial control. And then the second type of intrusion detection system is where we can detect the attack on the network. Like we can all the devices will send the data to the cloud. And then the cloud that has machine learning capability will try to process the data and try to classify each packet that sent to the cloud. And then we will raise an alarm if we find some kind of anomaly behavior in the factory or in the system. So this is what I developed Zigbee IoT intrusion detection system, where I implement that over the lighting system that we have. Like we have a Hue application, like what similar like what I saw in the demo before, that we can control the light, like turn on, turn off, like changing the color, and then I put some sniffer to collect all data to the rule engine. And then where I implement the machine learning stuff or artificial intelligence technique on the rule engine, and also I try to produce the attack. Like for example, try to reproduce all the attack, like controlling the devices, turn on, turn off the light, doing any kind of malicious activity there. So before that, let me explain what is Zigbee. Maybe you already know that this is Zigbee. Zigbee is one of the protocol in IoT system, where basically consists of two layer of application. For example, here we see that one of the application is IEEE. It is based on IEEE 15.4 standard, and over on the top that it is network layer and application layer defined by Zigbee Alliance itself. So basically, Zigbee already have security protection already, and Zigbee support several topology, like for example star topology, where all the end devices connect to the central node, or we can extend the architecture using a tree topology or mesh topology using the Zigbee router. And then Zigbee work on channel 2.4 gigahertz, where they divide the channel into several different channels, 16 different channels, starting from channel 11 to 2505 megahertz to channel 26 to 2418 megahertz. So what could happen in Zigbee or a standard IoT system, like what I explained before? First, an attacker can do reconnaissance, or they try to collect information in your factory, like they try to find out how many stock you have in the warehouse, for example, or they can also try to find out the target, what kind of vulnerability in your system. And so it can breach to it can lead to the privacy breach here. And then the second attack scenario is that an attacker can perform denial of service, which means that they can stop the operation of your system. They can stop the operation of your factory, for example. And then the other possible way is an attacker can do malicious control to your device in the factory, for example. The attacker can disable, for example, the sensor, can disable the control system, and so on. And then the other possible way is attacker doing hijacking. They try to take control of your devices, and then you will lose the control of your factory here, which means that, for example, what I explained before, they can demand some ransom to get back your devices. So here you can read our paper, actually, that what I mentioned before. We won the best paper award. So I try to classify all the attack and reproduce all the possible attack, including the denial of service, reconnaissance, malicious control, also hijacking here. So, but I will not go into detail about the attack, because this is just to give you the idea how we can use machine learning to detect the attack. So what happened here? So this is how we can do the detection method. For example, here I try to, like what I mentioned before in the test bed, I try to record two types of behavior. First, the normal behavior, like when the user try to control the light, turn on, turn off, changing the color, and the behavior of the non-attack. For example, here, when I try to launch the attack, I try to compromise the system. I try to take over, hijack the devices. I try to maliciously control the devices, and then use these two data, historical data, to train the machine learning system to detect the attack. For example, we can use anomaly behavior to we can create model for anomaly behavior to detect the feature attack that have never seen before, based on deviation of a machine learning model, or we can detect the non-attack based on we can train the machine learning or rule engine to detect the non-attack. Like, for example, we can detect if someone try to control your devices, malicious control your devices, or someone try to turn on turn off the light, or disable your system, something like that. So how we can do that? So basically, we can try to train machine learning or artificial intelligence to detect the attack based on the symptoms or malicious activity. For example, we know that in our system, we see that excessive number of traffic, for example, or decisive number of traffic, or we can see the percentage of utilization. For example, one device work a lot, or one device doesn't work anymore. We can detect based on that, or we can see also based on the packet that have never seen before, or the packet that not normally happen in normal behavior. So there are a lot of things here. Like, for example, we can detect based on the unusual behavior. For example, unusual network scanning, sequence of action, origin of the command. We can detect based on that, and we can train machine learning to understand, to classify, this is the normal behavior and this is the anomaly behavior. So I hope this is I hope this is quite clear for you. So I will not go into detail, but basically, what we can do here to detect the attack. For example, we can detect based on the signal strength, or based on the radio fingerprint pattern that we have on the devices. For example, we can see the fingerprinting of the Bluetooth or Zigbee, where we can see in normal behavior there are kind of small fluctuation here, but when the attacker try to do command injection, like what I did before, I try to change the devices, I try to change the color of the light, I try to turn on, turn off the devices, where you can see here, there is some kind of significantly spike up on the signal strength or the radio fingerprinting. So this is one of the way to detect the attack. So we can also detect the attack based on the, like, for example, the stability of the signal strength, because in normal behavior, you can see here, the stability is up and down, but when someone try to do flooding attack, or the attacker try to do flooding attack, you can see that we can see that there is kind of stable high of strength on the devices here. So we can detect, and we can raise alarm, and we can classify what type of attack it is. So we can check also based on the traffic rate, for example. So this is the simple way to detect the attack. For example, here in normal behavior, we will see that in every hour we can see that there's kind of number of traffic here, but we will see that some significantly spike up of the number of traffic. You will see that, oh, this is type of flooding attack. So many things. I will not go into detail. So what I want to show here, I can show you one of example implementation of machine learning intrusion detection system, where we can see here. This is my rule engine that I connect to the internal server I have in my laptop. So what I can show you here, for example, I can show you how we can classify the attack using machine learning, because before I already train my system to detect the attack, I already create the machine learning model. I hope you already familiar with the step by step how we can implement machine learning here. Like for example, here I will try to do some search, and then I will put all the time. So you can see here, the machine learning already can classify the traffic that I record. For example, here, it takes time because it's quite heavy working for the machine learning. So you can see here, I hope it is clear for you. You can see that the machine learning already can predict. So this is actually the traffic in what I record before. You can see it is last year in 2019. I try to record all the possible attack. I try to reproduce the attack, launch some attack in the system, and then the machine learning already can classify what type of attack it is. Like for example, blinking attack. I try to do active scan. I try to do channel attack to change the channel of the system. So this is one example of the machine learning anomaly detection. So there are a lot of technique. Like for example, we can check based on the specific characteristic of the packet of the devices. For example, if it is used Zigbee, we can check based on the frame counter. We can see if someone tried to do replay attack. For example, replay attack means if someone tried to record the message before, and then they can launch the attack based on that. We can also detect for example, based on the signal strength, the characteristic of the signal. Maybe this is the one that easy for you to understand. Like for example, here you can see here, this is one of example of lighting system installation or industrial system installation in our office, where you can see we have 3 different sensor nodes here with fluctuation of signal strength. So you can see here, for example, from Saturday, Sunday, Monday, this is over the week. You can see in Saturday and Sunday, where no people not present on the office, you can see there are relatively stable fluctuation on the signal strength of each devices. But when starting on Monday in working hour, you can see that there are very much fluctuation on the system, which means that we can detect also the presence of the people based on this characteristic of fingerprinting. You can see this is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday through Friday, and you can see over the night, where most of the people already leave the office, you can see the signal strength is quite stable here. So this is also the way. Maybe this is also good starting starting point for you to do research in detection of the presence of the people. And then we can calculate, for example, like using machine learning. The machine learning can calculate the standard deviation, for example, on working hour. Not working hour, like in Saturday or on Sunday, you can see the standard deviation of the signal strength is just less than 1. If and in Monday and in the working hour, the standard deviation is highly fluctuates, like more than 5. So I will not go into detail. So basically, I don't want to go into detail. So I think this is the end of my presentation. So I can explain many things, but yeah, it's too I believe that it is too detailed for you, because I believe that you came from industrial engineering point of industrial engineering background, and I came from computer science. So I don't want to talk more detail. I just give the idea how we can use machine learning to detect some attack. Any questions so far? Maybe
Yes,
it is better to yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Sadikin, for the presentation. It is very interesting, and hope to give us more perspective on what is going on. in this field. Yeah.
Yeah.
We actually have some question already, and I would like to read it for you, and maybe one by one, because it seems that questions are not quite similar. So I really want to read it for you one by one. Then you can entertain or answer the comment or question. But please make it quite briefly, because I hope that we can entertain more questions before time is really up. The first question I would like to read it for you is from Safela Santi Al-Rasid from ITS. How can the agricultural industry in Indonesia, such as on-seed agronomy, which only have 3 until 4 months of premium planting window in a year, implement Industry 4.0 to increase productivity, and how farmers' behavior can be detected in terms of estimated demand by using internet technology. This is a long question. I hope you can.
Yes, that's also a very interesting question. So you know that Netherlands, like what I mentioned before, country like Netherlands has very limited number of area. It's very small country, but they can manage to do that by like what I explained before. They can do. Let me check. They can do multi-story of terrace farming system. Like for example, they can do indoor farming system. They can do like a farming system anywhere. They can fix the problem like they don't have sun all the year. It is only something like quarter of the time that they can get sun. So which means that they try to develop artificial light based on lighting system. This is also our company contribute because we work on lighting industry. So we try to produce a lighting system that can replace the function of sun to help the photosynthesis process of the plant. So by doing so that we can, you can see even in the picture, this is on winter time where there is no sun. You can see this is kind of in afternoon time, like 4 p.m. or 3 p.m. in winter. There is no sun anymore. So we replace the functionality of sun by using the lighting system to produce the light. So, and also by doing so, because Netherlands do the indoor farming, which means that we don't use, there is no need to use a pesticide anymore, which is we can produce high quality of food and also no pesticide, which is more healthy and which is more healthy for the society. So this is also you can see that there are a lot of challenges in Netherlands, but they can fix the problem. They are number 2, the biggest exporter of industrial agriculture in the world, which means that Indonesia should be able to do that because we have a lot of resources. We have no amount of water. We don't have limitation on the water because we produce the water. We have a lot of rain. We have a lot of sun. We have spacious land to do that. So I think that that's also the things that maybe, what I understand actually, we don't really need even industrial 4.0 system to make to improve the production of the agriculture in our country.
Yes, but I think there should be another or different way of implementing 4.0 in Indonesia to increase productivity. That's because of course there is still possibility or opportunity of taking the benefit of the industry 4.0 in Indonesia.
Yeah, exactly. So
that's what I would like to mention, because then if it is sorry if I want to comment on this, because then we will have the benefit, still have the benefit from industry 4.0 in our case in Indonesia. Is that
yes, for sure, yes, exactly, yeah, because
yes, please.
Yeah, because we have a lot of researchers. What I mean actually, we have a lot of researchers, so we can improve our productivity in agriculture using IoT, but maybe we don't even really need fancy things to like what Netherlands can do. Like for example, they need to do indoor farming because they don't really have land to produce the agriculture. So we have a lot of land and that. And in my point of view, it's very easy actually for us to. It will be very easy, but maybe there is some kind of bureaucracy or political issue that make it much more difficult to do that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sadikin, for the answers and the comments. I would like to go to the next question, and I would turn to the college from Undip. Yeah. This is from Singgi Saptadi from Undip. The question is, if IoT still has the risk of failure or hacker action, please explain when an organization or institution starts implementing IoT. What trade-offs need to be considered in adopting IoT?
Yes, that's also very interesting question. So yes, this has happened. What I already explained before, we already has been proven that IoT is very useful to improve the productivity, to reduce the cost, to also to even to make to produce safety. But the problem is the using of new technology itself can introduce new vulnerability. So that's also the things that this is also very difficult for us to judge, because you know that what I mentioned before, more than 70% of hacker action is remain undetected. We cannot detect that one. Most of people doesn't aware about that because of lack of expertise. So my suggestion here, maybe for the engineer or for the organization who want to implement IoT system or Industry 4.0, they really need to get a lot of expertise, get deep into the technology, understand what happened there, what's going on there, what's the protocol, what's the technology itself. Because the market demand, sometimes people doesn't have time to learn more detail about the specific technology. They just implement that one without any sufficient capability to know what happened behind the system. So my suggestion also, not only just try to think how to implement the system, but try to think how to secure the system. Because in the broad actually, like in Netherlands or in Germany or in US, IoT system has been successfully implemented. Yeah, there is still a lot of attack, but they still get a benefit from that.
Yeah.
So this is also maybe for academicians to try to investigate how to make it more secure, IoT more secure, Industry 4.0 more secure.
Okay, thank you. The next question is much related to what you have said or mentioned. This is from Arif Rahman from ITS. How safe is the mobile phones banking system or banking mechanism, since many transactions applying the QR system, RFID, etc., those kind of things? Please comment or.
This is very long story to explain. Basically, this is the question that really related to my daily activity. So if you're talking about smartphone security, right nowadays, smartphone security is quite good enough. Like for example, if you use Android or you use the iOS from Apple. But the problem is, if there is like let's say malware already injected to your system, an attacker can do everything. Actually, they can spy on you. They know what you are doing. They know what your activity, your smartphone. So many things. So there's a lot of possible attack there. For example, there's a lot of risk there. So my suggestion is you always to be careful for the software you install on your system, for example, because you don't know what happened in the app store or in the Android store when you try to download the software, and then you don't know what happened. What is the software doing in your system? For example, maybe they steal your privacy. They try to log into to your activity. Like for example, maybe for more detail, because this is out of the topic. So for more detail about how the hacker can do attack in the smartphone, You can check also actually one of in my YouTube channel. I already show you how we can steal the password, how we can steal the, like for example, social media password via the smartphone. Yeah, my suggestion maybe this is very this is a question that has very long answer, and there's a lot of possibility for the attacker to perform malicious activity there. So even for banking system, that also possible way. There are a lot of possible way. Even they already implement something like multi-factor authentication. They use token. There's still a possible way to do that. So what I want to say here, there is no 100% secure in IT system. There must be always vulnerability there. Depends on how well trained the attacker, the skill of the attacker. What I want to say actually, there is no 100% secure technology for the banking, even for banking application.
Okay, thank you. Hope this is not going to discourage us for having better and better technology, because I think this benefit is much more than the pitfalls, the possibility of not positive for the technology. Okay, I would like to, if I think we still have some time, I would like to read another questions from Vivek Budiawan from Undip. He says that, I remember films that showed us about hacking activity, Die Hard 4 and Jason Bourne Identity. If the pandemic condition will be made digital currency more famous, what do you think about the security of our money and personal identity? I think it's more about the identity. How is the security of our identities?
Yes, because yeah, we come to the era internet, including Internet of Things. Like, there are a lot of possible way for data breach. You know that once you use your identity, when you use technology, it means that there are a lot of possible ways for identity breach on the internet. So maybe I apologize for mention several company, like for example Tokopedia or Bukalapak. All the account there, customer account has breached somewhere has been sold to the hacker. So the hacker is very easy to get your account there, and then what I want to say here, because yeah, just be careful when you use technology. I'm not I always encourage you to use technology, but always try to be careful when you do technology, because whatever you do on internet system, very well trained hacker can do many things there. They can steal your data. They can spy on you. So this is not just, sometimes become paranoid is very important, but sometimes too much paranoid is also not really good. So what is my suggestion there? So always be careful on when you use the technology, even for Industry 4.0. So I'm kind of balance here. Sometimes I encourage people to use technology like Industry 4.0, but on the other hand, I always encourage people to learn exactly what's the technology it is to prevent the unwanted action from the hacker.
Okay, thank you. I've been warned by the committee that we have to split up this discussion, but I'd like to read one more question because it is very interesting. I think this is from Randy from ITS. What is the difference between machine learning and deep learning? Machine learning and deep learning algorithm, especially for image classification. Which one is better?
Yeah, it is very difficult to answer for this one, because what I want to say, machine learning, what is the deep learning basically is part of machine learning. Maybe we can have another lecture to explain that, because yeah, there are two types of machine learning basically: the unsupervised machine learning and supervised machine learning. So supervised machine learning is used to for example, to classify the activity. For example, we can classify the attack, we can classify the behavior of the person, we can also do forecasting. But for the different here, like machine learning, and deep learning. Basically, if you deep learning has different way of training because you use several layer of neural network there. But for machine learning, it is just a simple of training where you use the historical data, you train the data, you teach the system to understand about the data, the history. For example, similar like how the human brain work. For example, or kids try to learn the system. For example, here you try to give experience to the machine learning model, and then the machine learning model will learn based on the previous history, and then they can classify what to do, or they can do their task based on the predefined training. But the different things with deep learning, deep learning has different way of training because it use several neural network. Yeah. Depends on the network that you use. I hope that's clear. Is that clear? The answer maybe.
Yeah, I hope, but of course, if it's not clear or it is not completely answered, I think it is not. I mean, I hope you are still having, opportunity in the future to answer or to entertain the question, because actually we still have more questions, but again, time is very limited.
Yeah, exactly.
I really have to close this session, and thank you very much, Dr. Sadikin. I hope what we are discussing today is going to be a new things or new knowledge for us, that whatever the technology is advancing, so we really hope that benefits can be taken from that advancement. Ladies and gentlemen, again, sorry for not continuing the discussion because again, time is up. I would like to ask the audience to give a big hand and big applause to the speaker, please.
Thank you.
Dr. Sadikin, again, personally and on behalf of the committee, I would like to say thank you for being with us today, and I hope that in the future, hopefully not very long in the future, we can meet offline. So let us know if you are coming back to Indonesia for a visit, or maybe if some of us having opportunity to go to the Netherlands and visit you or the Philips company. If it is possible, that is going to be a very nice opportunity for us. So keep in touch with us, and thank you again for the presentation. It is quite a very nice and encouraging discussion. I will return the time and to the announcers, and hope we all have good health now and in the future. Thank you again. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Rerum Naturalium Fal Sadikin and Dr. Bambang for the remarkable sharing.
The last plenary session for the day will be from Mr. Doan Lingga from Traveloka. Mr. Doan Lingga will be speaking about big data analytics, a competitive tool towards smart industrial system.
We would also like to invite Dr. Nani Kurniati from Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember as the moderator for this session. Dr. Nani Kurniati is the Department Secretary for Academic and Student Affairs in Industrial and System Engineering Department of ITS. Dr. Nani, the time is yours.
Okay. Thank you for the introduction from the Master of Ceremony. Good morning to afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The speakers and all the participants of this joint conference between IConISE and ACISE 2020. Again, I'm Nani Kurniati from Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember. It is a very wonderful day for engaging the discussion in this conference, and I'm very honored to become the moderator for this session for the next 1 hour. The topic is about big data, analytics. The topic is about big data analytics and competitive tools towards smart industrial systems. And from these topics, at least there are 2 keywords here, which is the big data or data analytics and smart industry. I think both of us, all of us agree that this topic already become a very hot issue recently, really important and very widely discussed. Yeah? And big data itself will help us to analyze and systematically extract the information and become a very important tools in decision-making process. While they talking about the smart industry, many ideas may come up in our mind, include what is the smart industry, what is important in transforming our business to become smart, and how to do it, and maybe many more pop-up questions. More and less, we will hear the sharing from of these 2 topics from an experienced expert that will accompany us for this session. He's young and very productive person, and it could be said that he is a person behind the success of the company. The company he is affiliated with now is Traveloka. And I believe that this company isn't a new word for us. When we are going to have a trip, maybe the first app we opened in our mobile phone is Traveloka. Find a ticket and all other possible options provided in this app now. And Traveloka is truly Indonesian home-based company, eager to compete with other similar companies globally like Agoda and Ticket.com. And his name is Mr. Don Lingga. He is now a vice president of data in Traveloka Group. Let me introduce more about him. He got his bachelor degree in majoring in computer science from Saksyu University. And he got the master degree in applied finance from Bina Nusantara University. And he also got the professional certification on executive data science specialization from Johns Hopkins University. He put a remarkable path of a career as a data science professional. Started 2006 by joining the XL Axiata. He spent more than 9 years in this company with position from specialist, going to become the senior manager, and then finally as a general manager of customer lifecycle and value management. His second position path spent in OLX for a 3.5 years, with the latest position as a chief of operation and data science. And currently, he already spent 2.5 years in his career in Traveloka as the vice president of data. Many honors and awards include Cellular Award 2013, the most inspiring implementation from KXAN, and got the honor as the Intelligence Location-Based Service from XL Bank 2012. I think this is enough to prove that he is an awesome professional expert in the field of data science. We, like the other keynote speaker before, we have 2 separate sessions. First, his speech is around 40 minutes, and then we will continue for Q&A session for the rest 20 minutes. So we have 1 hour to go. And during this speech, if you are thinking about many issues related You are welcome to convey the questions. Just put the question and discussion on the link provided in the chat room. And many other way can also be applied during the discussion. Yeah. So without any further comment, I would like to welcome the honorable keynote speaker, Mr. Duan Lingga. Please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nani. And let me share my screen. Right. I hope all of you can see my screen.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Yes.
Right. Thank you. I think first of all, wow, I'm very humble with the introduction. I'm really not that good, really. and if there is any one thing that I kept in mind always and always every time I woke up every morning is that I knew less than I know. So I hope that in this occasion I can learn from the questions, or also learn from all of you, esteemed participants that brought me here. So the idea of this sharing session is much more on opening a bit on Traveloka specifically, but in generally how our institution are using big data to transform the business and use big data as a competitive advantage, right? So I really so the theme that the IConISE events is now bringing or surfacing is really a topic that dear to my heart, right? So it's to transform data and to extract value from data, like the way we extract value from oil in the same time. So the content of my presentation or my sharing or my talking right now will be a lot of sharing surrounding the application of data in Traveloka, and a lot of sharing regarding the way we are approaching a use case from the point of view of data, right? So beyond that, my hope is that from that sharing, at least all of you can get something new information from the sharing. But beyond that, hopefully there are a few of you that felt inspired. And wow, so and I feel excited that wow, data is now being valued in such a way that without data, we are losing one grip of the competitive advantage for sure in championing in the industry, right? And I think before I start, I would like to convey my highest gratitude and my highest sincere thanks to the IConISE team that brought me here representing Traveloka. And I would like to also say about the wonderful session that has been going on, the last two keynote speaker from Professor Jia and Dr. Sadikin. So I hope that I can do justice on the becoming the third speaker in this morning. So a glimpse about me a bit. So yeah, I think not to repeat what Dr. Nani just mentioned, but yeah, I think I graduated from computer science. My thesis back then is AI, but a very simplistic AI. It's a rule-based AI, depth research. And I think that brings me to my first interaction with data, right? And so on. Back then, there's no cloud. There is no data-centric computing language like R, or there is, but it's not as popular as now, or let alone Python, right? So I'm lucky, super lucky. I'm spending my first 2 years as a programmer, actually, Java, Visual Basic, and whatnot. And I'm joining Excel and Zeta at the time. And that's quite important because back then, before the terminology big data was invented or is being used as a common term as what we are using now, I was exposed firsthand on the data that is the size is super huge, and sometimes it's super unstructured, and it might come in a speed that close to real time, right? So I guess that's the trivia of data: velocity, and variety, right? So in Excel, I was lucky enough during the midst of the competition. I still remember that the year is 2009, where there are several pioneer concept back then that is new at the time in industry that is only based on data, fueled by data. So for instance, dynamic pricing, intelligent pricing. So as you might know that if you make a phone call in Surabaya, versus you are making the same phone call in Jakarta, you might be imposed different charges, right? So that is based on data. Or when we are trying to expand the network, where we should plug the BTS or unplug a BTS, that is also based on data. To some extent, I think this is before we have several super cool app in the industry. We are starting a simple menu, *123#, which some of you or most of us is still using, right? When we check our balance in our prepaid card. Most likely the menu that you are getting and that in the UMB will be different from person to person. The reason because that's we are different person that being identified by the machines, right? So that's my intersection with Excel. Then I was moved to OLX. In OLX, it's also a blast, I guess, and it's a very blissful journey there. So from how can we move such a saturated industry, which is telecommunication, to grow. OLX is most likely is evergreen, is a wide space where we are using data as a primary decision levers in deciding how many dollars that we want to spend in the marketing, what are features that we need to improve, to the extent of should we want to monetize the platform, what is the best way to monetize in the first place, while we are still keeping our users intact, right? So that's a key questions that a typical technology startup is having in mind according to their business journey. So the other point that in OLX that I felt that is quite insightful for me is OLX is operating in physically in 21 countries, but logically is in 41 countries. So I get the chance to make friends and to collaborate with many data professionals and product professionals around the globe, right? So as far as Berlin or as close as Philippines or Thailand. So very lucky there. And I was also I also am having my first hand experience that actually Indonesian talent is really we can compete in the global landscape. So I'm quite happy with the premise. So I learned a lot over there. But then Traveloka come to the picture, and I now I'm with Traveloka because we have I think we have the same mindset that data should be continue to seen as a key levers of the business, and the mindset of data as product is quite important, and to ensure that I think to ensure that Traveloka, local brand, is a local mostly local technology built in Indonesia can strive in the global landscape. So I joined Traveloka close to 2.5 years ago, and until now, I'm quite content and very much excited in daily basis that what we are trying to build or what we are trying to enhance in Traveloka. So okay, on the not so serious point, I put some information over there. So yes, I'm my bachelor's in computer science, and then I continue in applied finance. Most likely because I think analytically, I think there's a lot of analytic principles that having intersection with the finance world, right? And on the right corner is just the way I balance myself. So beyond playing with my daughter, the other two things that I keen to do beyond working is music. So that's my two favorite musicians. I think one of them is also having high school in Surabaya, and the other one is reading, right? So that's being represented by the circle. So that is a book that I read, one of the recent book that I read is Simon Sinek, Start With Why. So, and this I think with the topic of analytics, big data, and data product, that's also quite important, right? So do not start with what or even the how, let's start with the why, everything will follow. So that's something that I also hold dear in my principle. So okay. So Traveloka, right? So quickly run through Traveloka. So Traveloka, hopefully some of you already use Traveloka, the brand and whatnot. So we are being established in 2012, 8 years ago, and the idea back then is to help travelers, as simple as that. But now the platform is evolving. So from meta search, we are serving last mile purchases. And beyond that, beyond online travels, we are enriching the platform and user experience with lifestyle product. And after that, recently we are also quite serious in the financial services, right? So all of that is to empower you to discover the world around you. So that's always becoming our motto right now. And we're quite persistent in that route, right? And behind that is a couple of key products, right? So this is example of the product that is there within your fingertips. At least this is a product that most of us as an end user are using or experiencing. So to keep you in mind that we are also serving suppliers, for instance, hotel suppliers or theme park suppliers, restaurant suppliers. So we also have a dedicated product for them. As a supply side product. So this is what we are seeing here is a front end or users side of product. So flights, hotels, it's always been the core of the travel experience. But beyond that, there are a couple of derivative products that only enrich the core flight and hotel OTAs, right? So yeah, so within the app, we are connecting 100 airline partners within the app, and distinctly, it's 1 million hotels distinct in the world that you are able to book in any given day, and there are 15,000 experience content that you can book through the app, as simple as your nearby saloon or spa, or as far as Tokyo Disneyland, right? So I think from commercial perspective, that is quite exciting, but also if you think about it from data perspective, it's no less exciting, right? So all of that is data points. So if you multiply 100 times 1 million times 15,000, that's the permutation of the business levers, right? So that's from the math point of view, that's quite exciting, right? And beyond the products, just to add to the data dimension, we are yes, you can book service as far as Dubai or if you go to European countries, but with regards of the focus market, we are really focused on the APAC that is being represented by the 7 countries, and within data team. So in the bottom icon, so a data team Traveloka consisting 80 plus team member that is obsessed with impact, consisting analysts, scientists, and engineers, and we are spread across 3 tech hubs. So in Jakarta, of course, and we do also have tech hub in Singapore, and we also have a tech hub in Bangalore in India, right? Whereas the data team mostly is residing in Jakarta or in Singapore. So yeah, this is the market where we're operating in. I'm just putting one derivative numbers or one reference numbers, which is the internet users that is listed theoretically through survey within those countries, right? So yes, our footprint is Indonesia. We are start to emerge in Vietnam and Thailand, and Malaysia, Philippines, Australia is also a country that we are start to put more focus on, which with the latest one is Australia. In a sense. So enough of the introduction. So let's get into the meat. Yeah. So sorry. Any? Okay. So okay. Please stop me anytime should you have any issue with the audio or the content. Right. So yeah. So enough of the introduction. So I will try to run through this 4 piece with the team audience right now. So the first one is very important. I think beyond we get into the nitty-gritty of the use cases or some technology jargons or some real life impact of how we use data. I think I would like to share a bit on the principles around thinking in utilizing data in the context of industry, and to be specific in the context of Traveloka, right? Data product, I would like to also share a bit with you. Okay, so after we align on the principles, then what is the output / outcome? Is the product itself, is the data product, right? So I would like to share with you how we are seeing data product, and what are the examples of each of data product that we are the framework that we are using, right? The third point that I would like to share here is yeah. So if we multiply the principles and the data product itself, what are the real use case? So I will share it to you a couple of use case which actually this is the first time I mentioned to some of the IConISE colleagues yesterday. I think this is the first time that we are sharing a bulk of the use case at any given forum. So I'm excited to share that with you. And last but not least, just one liner of what I think or what we think data team will evolve in the context of technology centric industry, especially in context of startups like us, right? Okay, so the first one, value and principles. So this is our credo, guys. This is the way we position ourselves in Traveloka data, yeah. So I think very simple. It's not pages over pages. It's just this simple statement that we would like to become the growth accelerator. So data is a growth accelerator, aligned with the theme that we have today. And through what? Through two things: data product that scale. So this is quite important. So build things that scale, build things that last. And then what is the ingredients? What is the cultivation of that data product at scale? It's data first culture, right? So everything needs to start with data, right? And data can come in many forms. Of course, what we are discussing today is big data, but we do also have small data. We have structured data, we have unstructured data. So everything is data first culture that we deduct to form a hypothesis, right? And so I mentioned to you, we have 80 team, a strong team member in the data team. So in daily basis, what they are doing is only these three, right? So providing trusted insights and measurement, the yardstick, and driving quantification rigor in the company. So everything needs to be having some sort of quantifications. What is the benefit versus what is the cost of an idea, right? Then the second point is data product, that scale. And the third one is, this is quite important also. So I think the mindset that we are trying to adopt is we shouldn't make data as a big boys play, or we shouldn't make data as an elite team in a company, right? So it's the other way around. We should democratize and unleash the data value extraction across Traveloka. What does it mean? So the use case needs to blossom here and there. Right? I will explain to you why number 3 is quite important in the context of Traveloka. So I think the focus for today will be data product at scale, insights, and examples, real life examples on how we are implementing, how we are transforming big data analytic and some sort of ML practices into a form of something that is beneficial for the company and the business, more for the users. Yeah. All right. So this is the first derivative of the value, and it's very, very important for us as data team. At least what I think now. Yeah? I think in the context of data, right? I think we should always see data with the entrepreneurial mindset. At least within industry or business institution like Traveloka, right? And let alone I think with all the unfortunate events that happen globally, resource will be scarce, yeah, right? So what this slide is simply saying is your sum of impact should be higher, at least if you are starting to measure it now, equal with the sum of cost, right? So in data perspective, cost will come in these three forms most likely, right? And this is typically is being ordered by the highest value of cost. First one is headcounting. So it depends on the way you structure your team, but headcount will take a lot of cost. Infrastructure. So although you're moving your infrastructure from bare metal to the cloud, I think as your data growth, I think cloud will also will be not cheap. More efficient, yes, compared to bare metal, but will not be cheap. Depends on what you're trying to do with the data, right? So storing data is cheap, but computing data is expensive, right? Tooling, so your licenses, right? Your licenses, your BI tooling, your instant discovery tooling, your tracking tooling, tooling that you choose not to build by yourself, but tools that because of one reason or the other you choose to acquire. And data acquisitions, right? This is quite new to be open. What doesn't mean is I think more and more data that is being owned by an institution might be useful to be used by other institutions to empower their core propositions, right? So imagine that how telecom can benefit data from banks, or how banks can benefit data from platform like Traveloka, how the government can benefit the data from ride hailing, for instance. So I think there will be more and more data inter-exchange. Although I do agree with the couple of theme that is being brought up in the first two sessions, that security will be a point to consider before we boost this further, right? So this is cost, right? The negative value. The positive value will come from the impact, which is what we are producing for the company. And I club into two: tangible and culture. And culture is all about we are driving evidence-driven decisions. And tangible is coming from these three, right? And some of it is quite important, especially entering the year, right? So incremental savings is how if we don't need to spend X dollar to produce Y dollar, can we reduce the X dollar into X and dollar, for instance? Incremental gain is how can we improve, how can we ensure that with the same resource we are gaining more? Or data as a service that not only serving the institution Traveloka, but can also serve other institutions, and data can be seen beyond a cost center or innovation center. We can also be seen as revenue center, right? So this is the framework of thinking that we are using within data team. So the impact should be higher than the cost. So what in practical level? So imagine that every time we are entering December month, we should compute what we are generating impact wise from Jan to December versus what we are spending from Jan to December, and hopefully the first number is superseding the second number, right? And talking of tangible, right? This is some sort of simple math, but this is our insider recipe basically. In order to ensure that we have sustainable growth, is being represented by this simple math. So this is what we are championing across Traveloka verticals and view, which is your cost to acquire your customers plus your cost to retain your customers should be lower than the cumulative value of the customers plus the future value of the customer, which is the CLV. So super simple, and this is the way we translate all of this into one simple formula that every business CEO and product managers can understand. It's quite important for them to also understand, so they know what we are trying to push. Simplistic saying, in the context of Traveloka, we extract value from data into two points. We help the business to optimize their decisions, right? Which is close to product roadmap or resource allocation, or we help business to optimize product, where we are building the product itself for them and we embedded the main product. I will explain to you some of the examples of it. And I think data team also need to have data as a whole. When we are trying to influence the institution, we need to also have a clear logical grouping of the institutions we are trying to support, and that will also help us in contextualize or cluster the type of problem that a particular island of business is having. Right? So this is the way we are picturing Traveloka, that is comprising 22 products and seven countries into our mental model, right? And it's quite simple. It's transportation, bring it from point A to point B. Hotels and lifestyle is to ensure that you have a roof to stay and excitement to enjoy. Financial service and fraud is to ensure that your platform is safe from fraudsters, but in the same time you are also giving enough payment options for the users to be able to use your services, right? By the way, we are having we have 40 payment options that any of the user can use and have, right? So how to guide them to use the best payment method that they're benefiting for them. And the last but not least is the central group. So it's the app, your iOS, your Android that you're using, your marketing group, quite important, right? And also your customer services, right? It's also quite important. All of this is being linked with the customer in mind. So this is the 4 logical grouping that we have in Traveloka from data perspective. So in data team, now we enter the data team as a team. So we typically we have 5 actors in data team, right? And in Traveloka we do have these five actors, and one of the actor is emerging actor, right? So first and foremost is the why, right? Is the data analyst, or what we call the science for humans. So this is the team that understand the business inside out, and can able to deduct hypothesis or produce insights that is meaningful for the business to act upon, right? The data scientists or science for machine. So basically these two are data scientists but with different object or subject. Data scientist is those guys that are rooted in the problem and very specific on the problem and able to produce ML driven solution for the problem, right? So typically they will be closer to the data product. And on the engineering, we have 2 types of engineers. Those that close with the data warehouse is our data warehouse engineers. So they are the one that build ETLs. They're the one that build schema. They are the one that ensure that the business is being represented rightly in the form of data context, yeah, in our cloud systems. Right? And the emerging engineers, of course, the data platform and ML engineers. So they are the one that manage our ingestion system. They're the one that manage our CDP systems. And there's an emerging role, more and more important for company like us is ML engineers. So they are the one that deploy and operating ML models that is being developed by either these two to actor, the science for human or science for machines. Last but not least, it's quite important to have the middle part, and it's quite important. Why? Because we are having so many competing priorities, so many competing projects that we want to do, and so many teams to be connected to with strict deadlines. So we need to have product managers, and it's also quite important in the spirit of looking data as a product. If you're interested with this, so yes, so how do you deploy the team in Traveloka in travel context with multi-geography, multi-product, and each of the product are having their own specific needs, and because some of them exist since the beginning and some of them just exist a year ago, right? So it's very different. So we are adopting ways of working that I call federated decentralized. Actually, this also the same model that being implemented in Facebook or Airbnb, so to say that resemblance with our challenges, right? Multi-product, multi-verticals, multi-needs, and across geography, right? So there will be a team that is federated. So they are the one that what we call the subject matter expert. But the bulk of the team will be on the decentralized, which is the team that we are deploying across verticals, right? So this is if you're interested, yeah, I think feel free to reach out to me. What do I mean with this? And what do I mean with this, right? So, but the idea is we want data team, again, to be the accelerator. So we want to move things as fast as possible, initiative as fast as possible, so we can harvest impact as fast as possible. So fail fast, but iterate fast, right? So this is quite important. So like I mentioned, the federated type of person will be an I type of person. So one problem, deep end to end, right? Whether the decentralized team member will be quite wide from the business perspective, so they need to understand the business quite well, but their knowledge is just good enough to ensure that they can deploy data product that is being developed or co-developed by the federated team within their own verticals. Example of it, so imagine, so the green color is the decentralized team. So imagine that we have dedicated analysts, scientists, engineers, and product management person that we are deploying for flight. The same scenario that we have the same model that we deploy for hotels, and same model for experience. All and all until we ensure that we are equipping the business with the right sources. But we only have one central group, that the currency is to build central multiplier that these guys will push into their own premise of business, right? So in between there will be product managers, and there will be also a set of standardization across this group. Otherwise, we are building a Babylon Tower. So what do I mean with that? There will be certain standard in the way you code, the way you do preview, the way you use collaborative tooling like GitHub, for instance, and so on and so forth, right? So this is also quite important to manage the cost. Okay, now, so that's the federated principles. I hope that it transmits to you that I think the keyword is impact, velocity, and and growth of the company, right? So let me bring to you the second dimension, is data product. So this is the principle that we are adopting when we are thinking of data product, right? I think the first one is it needs to ease some tasks that is unpleasant tasks, make it easier, right? So for instance, I think for you for you that some of you that have analyst role, data analytics role, or some of you that build models, you know that one of the nitty-gritty unwanted tasks is data wrangling, right? So how to make data wrangling easier for every analyst or scientist. It need to be last, future-proof. So you build for at least 1 year ahead, right? So technology-wise, traffic-wise, things you need to think future-proof, right? It needs to serve a specific need. So need here, from my perspective, is business problem, right? What are the problems that you try to solve in the first place? And is it if there is any way to build MVP to solve the problem in the first place? Let's build MVP first before we build a rocket science, a rocket to solve the problem. And it needs to be intuitive, right? Intuitive. I think a practical example is when we are presenting insights to our CXO. How can we ensure that within 5 minutes they understand the logic behind it, and within the next 10 minutes they buy in, or they themselves come to the conclusion that I need to do X to solve a problem, right? So this is quite important to have to push deductive thinking process in the company. Now, this is the way we envision data product in Traveloka, right? So this icon is the output, and the below one is the form of the data product. So we categorize data product from the output in a five points. So the first one is raw data. Is the most trivial, but is the most important of the piece in this whole lot, right? Without raw data, we don't have data. And then from raw data, we transform it into a more structured data, informations that tell a story, right? Derived informations. Algorithm is once you have the data, you seek some pattern of it, and then by injecting a particular label, you might extract what do you want to understand from this particular label item or for your information, right? So for instance, if I inject my email ID to a system, the system should be coming back with, oh, so actually Doan is having a risk level of X. So based on that risk level, then Traveloka will decide whether I can get a pay later card or not. So that is the algorithm that happens in real life. Decision support is automations to ensure that our product managers is able to decide quickly, but informally, right? So to build automation surrounding this. So this is the end user is our product team. Automations, the end user is our users, right? Is to build automations to ease the life of the user that use Traveloka, including me and including some of you. The form of it is explanatory, I guess. Dashboard is your BI assets. Insight and study is something that try to answer a specific problem in the form of why. More and more, we are exposing our services through API to Traveloka product systems. And in the last year or two, we are also data team is also producing app components, right? That come in the form of SDK or ACLI that the engineers can embed in the platform itself. So so this is if we put it in a nice table, this is what it looks like, right? So some examples, right? Raw data that might come in the form of visualization. So this is the near real-time sales alert, for instance. That's quite important if you are trying to stimulate a demand in any given time, and that's super time sensitive, right? Algorithm that is exposed to API. So I mentioned to you that later on I will show you examples where we are using our own risk model to predict your risk level when you are applying for the credit product that Traveloka is having. Or automations that we expose through API, or app components, right? So if you search for hotel in Traveloka, the order of the ranking of the hotel is being ordered through some sort of algorithm that is being built by data team, right? To optimize certain goal. Chatbot, if you're using chatbot in Indonesia, so the intent classifier is being built by data team. And what we are also proud of, super proud of, is the experimentation platform. So this is enable every business to do their own A/B testing, right? So so test not guess, right? So test to validate your hypothesis rather than we go with the HIPPO, the highest paid opinion, the highest paid person opinion. Yeah. So okay, so that's the data product, right? So let's see some of the examples of how that data product is being implemented in Traveloka. Again, with the value and principles that I mentioned in mind, right? Which is impact and velocity. I think first thing first, I'm giving the utmost respect to the unsung hero, actually, our engineering heroes, right? So I think the first data product that is very important is our ingestion system, right? So what the system is doing is, imagine that, yeah, we have like 4 interface, right? Android, iOS, web, mobile web, and not to mention PWA. If some of you is using PWA, we have 20 plus product. Every product will have their own distinct features. And in the platform with a platform like us, every feature, product, and users will produce multiple events, right? And I think it's very easy for you as a person. You can produce 100 events per day that we need to collect and transform. And stacks, right? So we are in data team. We are having multi-stack. We are using AWS stack, and also we are using GCP stack, Google stack. Right? So this guys is the one that built pipeline. There are 2 colors, blue color and green color. So either the pipeline is real-time pipeline, or the green representing a batching pipeline, right? So depends on the use case. The pipeline will pull data from each of these items to the right side, right? So this is the first. I guess this is the first and probably one of the foremost important data product among all is the ingestion systems, right? So collect the data. And then, so what's happening within is, you use the app, and then you do some browsing, you do some purchasing and whatnot. Then we pull the data. I think in a more technical world, we use the PubSub, Google ingestion systems. We compute, we massage, we reprocess the data, and then we have the data ready in a landing ecosystem, BigQuery. So, and then this data can be exposed to BI tools that any of the PM can use, or exposed to our data scientists and analysts to support a particular use cases. Right. So this is the first part. And why is important? Why beyond the use case that is empowered? Why I put emphasis on the ingestion system? Because infra can be one of the highest costs of data operations, right? And controlling infra spending is very important, right? And I think once you reach millions of user base that produce hundreds of, even billions of page views in a monthly basis, right? I think controlling your infra costs will be super important, right? And some of the good practices start within this, right? CI/CD, continuous delivery, automated testing, DevOps as a service, and post control is starting from here. That can be replicated by the other data team or data team member, right? And as I mentioned, storing is cheap, but computing is not. So be careful, right? Then once we have the data collected and transformed and ready to be used, one of the things that I also quite exciting with Traveloka is I'm proud of is how data thirst is the product team is, right? So what we are doing in Traveloka is so we expose the data to our product managers. Of course, with certain hierarchy, do not expose PII data and whatnot to ensure that the privacy of the user is being intact. But what will happen after that is they can use the BI tools beyond only see, but they can develop their own reports. They can develop their own cards. They can figure out what they want and what answer do they need by themselves, right? So imagine. Okay, so imagine that in a month, this is a real number. We have 1,000 monthly active users. Means that there are 1,000 people that use our BI services. And remember, we only have 80 team members, right? That's spread across engineering and whatnot. Imagine if we need to entertain them one by one with their needs. It's not scalable. So what we're doing, we're empowering them with the system and tools so they can build their own systems, right? And okay, and what happened is eventually we have at least 20,000 cards or the data asset that they're building. And with that, they can also cross-share their asset to other product managers. So beyond empowering them, we are empowering them to empowering others, right? So naturally, data as a language is becoming a de facto in Traveloka institution. So after that, it's stimulating more why, or stimulating more ideas, right? And that ideas will be dangerous if it's being selected based on subjectivity. So after we championing BI democratization or data democratization, we are also championing experimentation democratization, right? So this happens, I think, 2.5 years ago, right? So what does it mean is we help, I think from the knowledge point of view, we help the product managers to think how to form hypothesis. And in the same time, we are also helping them with the technology solution, where we provide them an experimentation platform where they can test the hypothesis with the help of the data team that sits down with them in every use, right? So what happened is we are championing these processes, right? And this is very, very formal and normal in Traveloka in daily basis as of now, but not back then, right? So a habit to have pre-analysis on hypothesis, right? So for instance, if they want to do experimentation, what is the sample size and what is the time needed, right, to reach a conclusion, right? And then if we run experimentations, what can, what cannot, right? And what can be set up, what cannot be set up. And we also automate the result of the experimentation. So in the sense that from the moment you are designing your experimentation, executing, and also you get the result back, so you can fine tune the experimentation further, it's almost autopilot, right? So the keyword is iterate faster and to encourage people to test their ideas, right? And this is the typical testing that we are doing, right? Not the only one, but just to give you indication. So for instance, there's some thinking to increase or decrease a particular pricing or particular commercial value of a product, right? So what is the impact of that into the ratio of people that about to purchase to become real purchasers, right? And whatnot. So it's quite dangerous if we are doing it at the one go, especially if the product is a very massively used product. So what we are doing is we are doing this mini test here and there to ensure that we can conclude what is the impact for a certain price changes, right? And sometimes the same scenarios might be having a different or counter effect for other product, right? So again, I think to have the ability to be able to test at that speed is quite important, right? So yeah, I masquerade the X percentage and whatnot, but this is a real case that happened in Traveloka. So depends on the changes that in the control versus your testing group, then you can decide whether you want to scale up your experimentation further. And I think beyond pricing, as I mentioned, so if you remember, I think in the early stage of 2018, if you open Traveloka app back then, it's a very mission driven, right? So you need to know what you want to purchase and you go to Traveloka. But sometime in the midst of 2018, we are moving from mission platform into become a discovery centric platform. What it means that you might not need to know what you want to do or want to purchase. Just go to Traveloka and we have a abundance of content that can inspire you to transact or to purchase, right? So imagine if we are doing it in a one go to all customers and the result is counterproductive, then we are lost the business, right? So what we are doing is we do a canary testing. So So kanal testing is a method where you test for with a super small sample, and then depends on the result you can enlarge the sample group until it reach 100%, right? So this type of mindset put confidence in tests, right? So the users or the product managers are having a much more confident in testing their idea, even the wildest idea, right? And the result of moving from this to this, and from the business perspective, we have a higher product explored by users that constitute a higher value that a customer is producing, right? So from here to here, right now, if we are still sticking with this, I think we are losing 30% of the opportunity for users to discover other product, right? So it's quite successful, I guess, from the perspective of business as well as exploitation habit. And yeah, this is an example of it. So we have a front end that user can use and do the testing. So for instance, if you are a flight PM, you can test in Garuda, and the other flight PM can test in Citylink with different scenarios and whatnot, right? And even the same airline, let's say AirAsia, you want to test in Indonesia versus Malaysia, you can also do that. Again, is to reduce bottleneck and to improve scaling velocity. Now, the other data product that I would like to share with you is this one. So this is this is support plus API and some automation, right? So this is our latest improvement from the previous page. So from this page. So you see there's nothing here, right? But now if you open the app, you might see this, right? You will see this actually. This is the universal search bar where we are building the intent classifier to make sense the random words that the user are putting, right? And I think not to go too much detail, but I think with this it is the users to you want to search a thing, just search, right, rather than clicking icons and whatnot. So the result of it is right now at least in any given day we have 200,000 users that use these features to help them finding what they want across the board. So for instance, if you want to understand what hotel or restaurant or any event that happens in Surabaya, just type Surabaya and you will get the compilation of Surabaya items that are relevant for you at this moment of time. And also, again, it's not only about building the product, but also to test the product. So this is some sort of the Bayesian testing that we are using to give you examples on the way we are doing the A/B test. The other data product surrounding NLU or NLP that we are just recently produced is the chatbot, right? So I think there are a couple of Pareto scenarios that the chatbot is already supporting in Traveloka, built by data team again. Within data team, and right now we are only serving Bahasa, but we are thinking to expand this into a non-Bahasa language like Thai and Viet, right? So I think we are also quite happy because the cost and the benefit that the chatbot is being producing for us is 1 to 25. So every $1 cost that we are spending, we are getting $25 in return, right? In terms of cost savings or incremental attention of the users, right? So just this is a tip of the iceberg, but we are quite exciting in this area. So I think a platform, you see some examples with the search and whatnot. I think NLP, you see some examples with the chatbot, with the clear results on cost savings and also incremental gain. The other point that is quite exciting for us is the credit model, right? So this is a product that we just launched, I think 1.5 years ago. And I think the challenge is how can we ensure that through your past signals in Traveloka, we are able to give or tag you what is the credit limit or credit risk that you are imposing, so that we can decide whether we will give you the credit facility or not, right? And this is quite important because there are a couple of user-based segments that really need this type of product, right? But the other hand is quite also sensitive because the risk at hand is quite serious, because if then we try to insert banking metrics, right? like NPL. For instance, if your NPL goes to the roof, then what's the point of having this service in the first place, right? So this example of adding a financial product mindset with the data, with our understanding of the customers, and we come up with this type of product, which is the credit model, right? So in Traveloka word, we call it pay later. Last but not least, right? So just to show you the complexity of our platform, one of the product that this is not this is product, but coming in the form of insights, right? So if you scroll the app, Traveloka app from the top to the bottom, in a way you will be exposed to with 27 sections, right? And within the section there will be 5,000 components, right? And this, if we only show you random content or random items or random section, it will be super counterproductive for you as a user, right? Whereas the intent is to help you discover more, right? So we help the product managers be based on the insights that we are having, plus our understanding to the customers. We help them to guide them what to put where and when, right? In terms of content. So the result of it is, we help the product to reach 2 times product discovery score per users, right? So it's twice of your of the original baseline. So it's quite important because the more you discover, the more likely you will be purchasing what you're discovering in the future, if not now, right? So it's very important. Beyond that, it's also to help you to stick with the product, right? Yeah, I think last but not least, I mentioned to you earlier regarding the hotel ranking, right? So this is the other subset of product that we are quite proud of in the group is what we call recommendation systems, right? So I think similar principle with this, but this is all about putting content all together in a more generic way. But what happened with data product for what I'm showing you now is imagine if you search a thing in Google, right? I think Google will have some sort of algorithm to show you the most relevant search result according to what you are searching in the first place. So I think we adopt the same principles, similar principles, although much simpler in operations. So depends on your hotel search spec. We will custom the order of the hotel that is being shown to you according to what we think will be the optimum search result according to a particular goal, right? So I think it's not easy at all because I think we have hundreds thousands of search every day, and we have 400,000 hotels that need to be shown of potential to be shown to you, right? So it depends on collaborative filtering or content filtering. So what we are trying to show to you is the optimum search list that makes sense for you. So then what is the result? So again, this is 5% incremental revenue obtained is probably 5% is quite low from perspective of percentage point, but the multiplier is quite huge, right? So I think it depends on that also. I can say it's quite a significant boost for the business, right? To data product, we are getting additional revenue stream that coming from the way we're optimizing the search signals that coming from the users, right? Now, so what I explained to you just now is more of the product that ties with the data product that ties with the core product itself, right? So we insert a product within a product, right? So that's why I think most likely is mostly is filling up this space, right? But let's not also underestimate the power of analytics and insights, right? So one of the point that we are quite proud also. But we're still learning and we're still evolving is, I think beyond ingestion systems, probably one of the things that you need to build after that is your 360 view of your customers, right? Because that will influence all of the data product that I just showed to you just now, right? What to test, what to build, when to build, what is a pain point that need to be answered and to solve. That will depend on your understanding of the customers itself, right? So I just want to ensure that it's a busy chart, but what happened, what it resembles is let's not forget to tailor a few homogeneous view of your customer base in your institution. It's very important, actually for us in Traveloka, because we are having multiple products that probably is not talking one with the other, or the use case is just quite broad, quite different. Like for instance, people that bought flight ticket with people that buy internet package is quite far, right? The use cases. So, but it can also lead in one way or the other. So it's very much important. And it's so much important because I just want to close with this. It's one of it's probably trivial, but it's also important that bring it to the ground. That I think most of the startup are still spending, so it's quite important for us to really understand what we are spending, what is the impact of what we are spending into the result that we want to achieve, right? So in the paid marketing world, there's a two way of measuring your cost effectiveness. The one is the last paid click, and the other one is a data driven approach, right? Multi-touch distribution. So for instance, it's quite long, but imagine that before you purchase a flight in Traveloka, in your Facebook you get ads, in your YouTube you get ads, in whatever in your browsing events you get ads. So that ads will bring you closer into purchase decision, right? So how to attribute the success of your purchase decision into that particular journey. So that's what we call multi-touch attribution. So with that, by understanding that, we can ensure that we are spending the money in a channel that is quite effective, right? So just to give you examples, right? In the world of travel and tourism, to get one lead, one customer, new customer to use your platform, it takes $29 per customer, right? And depends on the industry, it will have different value. Of course, finance will be the highest, right? But they are also having the highest margin also in the same time. But I just want to say that the result of all of this multi-touch attributions implementation, our cost of acquisition is very, very much well below this number, $29, right? By more than 30% actually. So there you go. So combining customer 360 and your ability to dissect your costs of acquiring that particular customers from the perspective of channel, it will help your bottom line, right? And all this because of data, right? So yeah, I guess to close the data product sections, right? I think what the couple of examples that you are seeing, hopefully, again, could give you some information, or hopefully can give you some inspirations that data is very applicative, right? And then the data application is quite broad, quite rich, and as long as it's anchored surrounding scale and impact, I think we are walking the right path. As a group and as a team, institutions, right? And I think the one that you just saw just now, I think 8 to 9 use cases that I just shared to you is a combination of, first and foremost, is the data first culture. So our stakeholders need to believe what we are saying and what we are championing and what we are proposing. And at the same time, we need to prove to them also that we have data product that can help them to achieve their goal faster, right? And it's a journey. There's no shortcut, and there's so many pitfalls, but the result is worth it. I believe, right? For the data and also for the institution, for the company. So last part from me, I guess. So this is just some food for thought for the future. Yeah? Again, from my humble and some my humble opinion or my humble experience so far surrounding data and analytics, right? And how we transform big data into value, real value, concrete value for the company, for the institutions, right? Can be institution, can be a company, can be a government, can be country. I think that's quite agnostic. So the first one is focus on impact, right? And focus on use case, right? Start with the why. So we're not building data product to prove that we are capable to building a data product. I think we are building data product to answer specific pain points of the business. Number two, be pragmatic, right? I guess it's important because the license for data team or for data institution to have quote unquote less pressure on cost is over, is over, because the cost of data infra is very high. It's very high. So we need to ensure that we have the P&L mindset, the profit and loss mindset, right? What we are spending needs to be lower than what we are earning for the company. So therefore, I think concentrate our effort until now is into building the multiplier that based on insights, right? Building data product that scale across the board, no matter what business you are or what vertical you are, based on insights. And be wise. Balance your excitement in building things by your own, or this is a time to outsource the commoditized view. Like for instance, some of the some of the decision support system that we are having right now is being outsourced. We are purchasing a third-party solution, and we bring them back to Traveloka, right? With certain standard, of course. So we can focus on the other part. So therefore, last thing, I think take positions, right? Position data to become more and more as a product. So the product is the table that I just showed to you earlier, and be one with the business, be one with your stakeholders, be one with our stakeholders, be one with them, right? Think like we are them. Hopefully they will think also like us, right? And last but not least, I think I see a couple of articles in 2017, 2016 regarding the ratio of the demand and supply when it comes to data talent, right? I think back then the ratio is very, very much skewed to the over demand, right? I guess if not, it's even truer now, I guess, right? So so once you have the talent, groom them, ensure that they are growing in the right path, and hopefully they can contribute to the ecosystem also in the end, right? In short, I think so. I think throughout my years of journey in the data space or product space, it's very much it takes a lot of emotion and brain juice, but in the same time, so much fun and so much rewarding. So I think with that, I hope the sharing that I have just shared to you useful, and you can depict a thing or two from what I just shared. And I return the session to Dr. Nani.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Don Linga. That's very, very wonderful sharing, because you try to deliver what from the very basic about the data. This is a foundation for any organization, any company, and then you try to figure out also what is the kitchen inside the Traveloka, how you make every ingredient the input of which is the data, in order to become the menu that you deliver to the customer by using the apps. Yeah, and also the last things that you also highlight to highlight it about the future challenges, also the future things that we all need to keep in mind about the data itself. Yeah, so I think of course this is truly opens our mind about the data science, and I believe that it becomes a good trigger for discussion. And I'm trying to looking at the list of the questions. We already have a list of questions, Mr. Dorlinga. Let me check for the questions. Okay, I have the questions from Mr. Eru Widodo from Manufacturing, Transportation and Logistics Research Center, ITS. He has questions about the data analytics implementation may help. Yeah, how the data analytics implementation may help Traveloka to increase competitiveness level against another company like Agoda, Pergi-Pergi, Ticket.com, and so on.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I cannot say that we are better compared to them, not at all. But what I can observe is I think beyond looking them and always try to understand what they are trying to do, and we are fixated what the competitor is trying to do. I think I think it's the other way around. I think the knowledge of the data or the analytic output, insights and whatnot, keep ourselves busy to develop features and or strategy that is relevant to our users, right? So yeah, so I think the answer might be counterintuitive, right? So rather than use data to always one step ahead, we are using data to ensure that we are one step ahead of the user needs, of Traveloka user needs, right? So I think a couple of products that you just saw right now, right? Like universal search. I think I know that Pigi don't have that feature, right? Or pay later, or yeah, the ranking mode, the hotel ranking is quite intimate. I guess that's very rooted in the systems, but I think that's a result of we are very much fixated in our inward needs rather than looking at the other competitors. Because when you name those two players, actually we have other many players also in the systems, right? So we have other brands, be it internationally or locally. So actually, my mode as a data pillar in Traveloka is to bring back the focus back to our users rather than hey guys, you know what, the other company is doing X Y Z. So yeah. So it's counterintuitive, but that's my thinking. Yeah.
Okay, it means that just keep focus on the customer, right? This is a very valuable for any company. Okay, we have another question, Mr. Dwarling. This is delivered from Mr. Franciscus Pratikto from Parahyangan University. Just about the pricing proposed. How do you obtain the price response functions? Do you do a price experiment first, specifically regarding to the method or algorithm that you use for obtaining the price response function? This is about pricing.
yeah. This is about pricing, and this is quite. this is our kitchen lab basically. I mean, yeah. But I think in general terms, right? I think that there are a couple of levers of question there, right? So are we doing experimentation on the pricing? Yes, we do. Yes, we do, and we are doing constantly across the board, right? What do I mean by board is across product, across geography, and sometimes across user segments, right? So the short answer is yes, and every pricing decision scale up will need to be supported by at least 2 or 3 times successful experimentation. Right, we are only scaling up after we are sure what happened, and of course, in defining the successfulness of the events, we are having couple of dimension to be measured, right? But I think it will be take A, too much time probably if we discuss it now. B is quite sensitive. But should you would like to understand more, or should you want to join also join the camp, try to join the camp, just ping me in LinkedIn, and we can continue our chat over there.
Okay, it's quite good offering. Yeah, to join us your data team, right?
Yeah. Okay. Why not? Yeah, let's see. Yeah.
Okay. I think we also have another one questions from Mrs. Sofela from ITS. He's our PhD student. The question is about the two technology companies like Traveloka receive data from its own platform or obtain it from the others, and what is the biggest challenge in managing the data to scale up the business?
Okay. So I think the first one is more on the technology piece. The second one is more on the implementation.
Yeah.
So I think on the first one right now, I can say that almost 100% the data that we are consuming is coming from the internal platform itself. So it's Traveloka itself, right? So that's what we are cooking and what we are analyzing in daily basis. But like I mentioned before, I guess in the earlier slides, I think data acquisition will be becoming more and more norm in the future. So if you ask me the same question next year, probably I can say I can expect at least 10% of the data that we are analyzing is coming from external sources, right? But I think we need to discuss the contract, we need to discuss the protocols, and we need to discuss all the logistics to make it happen, right? Otherwise, I think we are very much one-dimensional company. The data that we're using, probably we are not unlocking the opportunity at hand. The second question: what is the biggest challenges in scaling to scale up the business? Right? This is quite probably this is quite trivial, right? But I see and I think since my telco days until startup days now, and in the multinational type of technology company, I still see one of the top two problem is if you want to scale the business, you need to think the business. You need to think as a business, right? You need to think like how they think, right? And I think why is important because I think using data to scale the business will warrant the first thing first that needs to happen, which is the business need to trust us. So we are not just see a bunch of theorists or a bunch of a bunch of I think thank you. Let's move on. But the move on part is always about what they think is right. So I guess I think it's trivial, but it's important. I think the business acumen is one of the thing that I really value a lot in the data team, right? In the scaling up. Of course, when we are talking of scaling the technology and whatnot, I think all of the technology. I think keep up with the latest technology. Do not build your own ecosystem that is detached fully from the system of your product. It's all important, but I think the first thing first is to able to build a rapid connection with the business itself. That's quite challenging.
Okay, Mr. Dornlinga, this is a very, very interesting discussion. And we learned a lot from you. And I personally, and on the behalf of the conference committee, want to convey our very, very big thank you for you to you again, Mr. Dornlinga, for this wonderful session. Yeah, and it is also the QA. And I'm so sorry because we already have a limited time. And for you, all the participants that still have a question or discussion, just let us know. And then I believe that Mr. Dornlinga will put his very good response on it by further any connection hub. And before we ended our session, Mr. Dornlinga, so I let all the participants deliver the appreciation to you. Just convey your future reaction and also the big applause to you, Mr. Dornlinga. So thank you again, and this will be very, very excited discussion, and maybe next year we still have a connection to talk more about the data science. Okay, thank you again. Now I will back the token to the of the session to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you to Mr. Dornlinga and Dr. Nani Kurniati for that very pleasant session. Well, that marks the end of our plenary session today. We will have more plenary sessions tomorrow. For the rest of this day, we will have 2 parallel sessions, starting at 12:45 p.m. to 2:45 p.m. for the first session, and at 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. for the second session.
Now, we will announce the room for the parallel session. Do refer to the list given to you in the program book for the information regarding the Zoom link.
But before we begin the parallel session, we are going to read the criteria to be awarded in the conference. There will be 2 categories of awards in this conference. The first category is the Best Paper Award, and the second is the Best Presentation Award. Each award will be awarded to 5 participants in each category.
The Best Paper Award is evaluated based on our thorough review process, which is conducted through double-blind peer review processes by considering the quality, technical aspects of paper presentations, and the similarity check.
Meanwhile, the best presentation are evaluated by the paper team based on 6 criteria. They are delivery and explanations, audience engagement, content, visual aids, Q&A, and time management.
Now, I'm going to read the meeting rooms, and we'll begin with the first section. The first meeting room will be about green manufacturing and sustainability with Dr. Rana Purwaningsih as the session chair. The second meeting room will have the topic of occupational health and safety with the session chair of Dr. Novi Susanto.
The third meeting room will be under risk management topic with Yusuf Widarto, Master of Engineering, as the session chair. The fourth meeting room will have the topic about optimization with Dr. Arfan Bakhtiar as the session chair. The invited speaker in this room is Dr. Singgi Saptadi.
The fifth meeting room will talk about industrial management with Dr. Nani Utami as the session chair. The sixth meeting room will be about supply chain management with the session chair, Dr. Engineer Erwin Widodo, and the invited speaker in this room is Professor Dr. Aris Susanti.
Next, the seventh meeting room will be about technology and innovation management. This room will have Dr. Putudana Karningsi as the session chair. The invited speaker in this room is Dr. Patdono Suwikni. And lastly, the eighth meeting room will be about ergonomics with Dr. Manik Chandra as the session chair.
Those are all the meeting rooms for the first parallel session. Please take note of your respective rooms. Now, we would like to inform you the second parallel session's meeting rooms.
The first meeting room is for inventory management topic and will be with Dr. Purnawan Adi as the session chair. Second meeting room is about ergonomics and workload analysis with Dr. Aditya Sudiarno as the session chair for this room. The invited speaker in this room is Dr. Dia Santidewi.
The third meeting room will be about supply chain and distribution with Dr. Ninit Indah as the session chair. While the fourth meeting room will be about economic evaluation and finance analysis with Naning Aranti Wesiani as the session chair.
Next, the fifth meeting room is about maintenance management, which will have Dr. Nani Kurniati as the session chair. The sixth meeting room about production planning will have Dr. Henry Suliantoro as the session chair.
The seventh meeting room is about industrial management, and you'll have Dr. Denny Nurkertamanda as the session chair. The invited speaker in this room is Dr. Maria Anityasari. And lastly, the eighth meeting room will be about ergonomics with Zainal Fanani as the session chair. For the participants who are not presenting, you are welcome to join any room that you feel interested in.
Ladies and gentlemen, we remind you again to carefully see the Zoom link for your meeting rooms. Note that the session will start soon for the first session and at 3 p.m. for the second session. There will be a 15-minute break before the second session. There will be no plenary session after the parallel sessions of today.
And also, please remember that tomorrow's session will start at 8:30 a.m. You can enter the room starting at 8 a.m. We wish you all a rewarding and insightful session ahead of you, and we'll see you at the next plenary session. Thank you.